Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting. It's April 10th, and I call this meeting to order. All councilors are present today, and this is a hybrid meeting where all participants who will be in person or video or audio conference, members of the public have the opportunity to address the committee if they have signed up for public comment per the rules. And we're going to call for the speakers when we get to the individual item on the agenda that you signed up for. But here are some of the public ground rules. Comments are to be addressed to the committee members only. Each participant has 2 minutes to present at this meeting. At the next one on May 15th, just to warn you all in advance, because I'll give you a little background on my intention with some of this is, you know, we hear from constituents all the time, and as chair of the committee, I want to make sure that we're not rushing through the IDO process. So on any of the IDO bills tonight and amendments, it is my hope, it could change based off of the council's, choice here and then the committee's choice, but it is my hope that we will end up deferring any of the IDO bills and the small mapped area amendments to the May 15th meeting, allowing you all another opportunity to do some homework and research and reach out to us and have some public input as well, because I don't want to rush this process. So at this meeting, we're going to have 2 minutes for public comment. At the next one, it probably and very likely will go down to 1.5 minutes for public comment, because I anticipate we're going to get a lot more comments as we get closer to passing the IDO. And last rule is any disruptive conduct will result in the removal from the meeting. Before we get into IDO, I want to make sure that we talk about some of the other agenda items that are coming up and that we're going to move, because I think the IDO is something that's going to take a little longer. Agenda item A is R26, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councilors. This is R2426, approving and authorizing the filing of an application for a federal outdoor recreation legacy partnership program grant for the renovation of Mesa Verde Park. I move for a due pass.
Second.
We have a motion for a due pass of R26 and a second by Councilor Grout. Councilor Rogers for intro.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited about this. This is something near and dear to my heart since I live close to Mesa Verde Park, and it is in desperate need of updates. What this allows us to do is actually apply for a grant to be able to do the renovation. And so I'm really excited and would love your support.
Councilors, any questions or additional comments? All right, we will go ahead and take a vote on the motion for a due pass for R26. I guess we don't have to do roll call, do we? That's delightful. Councilors, all those in favor of R26, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 5-0. Agenda item B is O14. I'm going to move this. Oh, my kids, sorry. It was about to say your son's on the phone. My apologies. Agenda item B is O14. This is for Councilor Sanchez. I'm going to be making the motion. O14 is amending portions of the Traffic Code, Chapter 8, and Open Space Lands, and Regional Preserves, Chapter 5 of the Code of Ordinances to define and regulate electric-assisted bicycles, also known as e-bikes and other personal motorized modes of transportation. I will make a motion for no recommendation, and we do have people signed up to speak. There's a second from Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with Dr. Sandra Penn, followed by Susan Gouch.
Members of the committee, thank you for letting me speak. I'm concerned about safety, environment, and climate. My name is Sandra Penn. I'm a retired family physician. I do my grocery shopping either on foot or on my e-bike. I use the bike path when it's available in street lanes with great care. Whether on the path or on the street, speed kills. A dear friend was sideswiped by a regular bike rider when he was rollerblading on the bike path, and his injuries have been heartbreaking. E-bikes can get many of us back on our bikes and out of our cars, which is really important. My throttle helps me get across the streets safely, and it's not the problem. Having taken my family to a biking holiday in Holland, I know that cities that reduce automobile traffic and encourage bicycle riding are more friendly to pedestrians as well. And as a walker as well as a rider, I would welcome fewer cars on the road and a thriving bicycle environment. Thank you.
Up next, we have Susan Gouch, followed by Lawrence Gore.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Susan Gouch. I'm the owner of Free to Roam e-biking here in Albuquerque. As the name implies, I sell, rent, lease, and service electric bikes. In late 2020, when I was just starting to launch this business, a neighbor of mine was a big e-bike enthusiast and suggested that we go riding. So we went down to the Bosque. Little did I know his e-bike, however, went 65 miles an hour. We had a communication system on our helmets. I said, dude, you can't do that. And he says, oh, yes, I can. It's totally legal. I quickly sent emails, made phone calls. Senator Cedillo Lopez called me and thus became SB 69. So we used model legislation, as you probably know, with the SB 69. Where Class 1, Class 2 e-bikes that do a maximum of 20 miles an hour with the motor are allowed to ride on mixed-use trails by regulation of most 47 states, I would say. Class 3 e-bikes can go up to 28 miles an hour and the same wattage of the motor, and those are not by default allowed on mixed-use trails, but certain locations have made them totally legal. What SB 69 did here in New Mexico, unlike any other state, is they said Class 2 e-bikes that go 20 miles an hour max with the motor, but also have a throttle. So that was an unexpected result of this model legislation. I would say 75% of the e-bikes here in New Mexico are Class 2 e-bikes. The reason for that is they're a hub drive, which is a much less expensive motor than the Bosch drive that most European bikes that go for like $3,000 to $10,000. And I think Class 1 or Class 2 certainly should be there, as well as possibly Class 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a follow-up question. You mentioned somebody was going 65 miles per hour on the Bosque. Who was, what kind of vehicle?
Huh?
What kind of vehicle
It
was
is
going?
technically an electric bike. By definition of electric bike, it has 2 or 3 wheels, a seat, and pedals that can power it. There are electric bikes that can go that fast. They just have higher power. So they're unclassified by SB 69. But I'm here to tell you there are vehicles, and a lot of them here, that can reach those speeds. And it looks like an e-bike, but they do go those speeds.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence Gore, followed by Carolyn Kaltenbach.
Good afternoon. My name's Lawrence Gore. I've been a bicyclist for 50 years. Native of Albuquerque, I've ridden my bike just about every day, and I've ridden all the trails. Albuquerque's done a lot, thanks to you, I think, to providing many more bike trails than we used to have. I also now ride an e-bike as well. I do not think speed is an issue. I rarely see anybody going very fast, even on e-bikes. I understand maybe that you're thinking about passing a law to put up signs, speed signs. I think that money would not be spent wisely. Nobody's going to pay attention to them. We all know enforcement would be difficult. Personally, I would like to see any money that you would think about putting into speed limit signs, but instead of filling the cracks on our trails, which many of them are in terrible shape. The one to the Balloon Fiesta, very popular. They fill those cracks during Balloon Fiesta, and then they go to heck afterwards. It's very difficult to ride a bike when every 10 feet you're rattling. I wish the city would commit itself to repairing and keeping our bike trails in much better shape than they are, instead of wasting money on speed limit signs, which would not I don't think really solve anything anyway. Thank you.
Carolyn Kaltenbach, followed by Mark Whitson.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Kaltenbach. Thank you for your time and consideration. I wanted my children to be here to speak, but that wasn't possible. I'm a single mother. I have 2 kids, 16 and 18. Their father is not in their life. I do it all by myself. I work full-time. My kids are involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. They're both in marching band, jazz band, concert band. They do theater, and my daughter's joining ROTC, so they're really busy kids. Being a single mother doing it on my own, working 40 hours a week, there was absolutely no way that I could provide transportation to my children for their activities. My son has a disability, and I was really nervous when he got to be driving age. I really didn't want him in a car, nor could I afford one. Enter Class 2 e-bikes. Both of my kids get to all of their extracurricular activities on their bikes. We live off of Tramway, and the high school is directly down Paseo, La Cueva. My kids could get to school on a traditional bike, but they couldn't get home because they aren't in shape enough to pedal up the hill. So a traditional bike wasn't a solution. But because they have Class 2 e-bikes, they can get up the hill. And now we don't have any problems them getting to their activities. They wear helmets, their bikes, and their helmets are covered in lights. They also enjoy riding on the trails because it's a Class 2 bike. It doesn't go more than 20 miles an hour. And I would be really disappointed if they were limited to using their e-bikes only for getting to their school activities and weren't allowed to ride them on the trails. The bikes can't go more than 20 miles an hour. And in fact, my kids they go faster without using the electricity than they do using it. So I just want to advocate for them.
Mark Whitson, followed by Bob Pierce.
Hello, thanks a lot for allowing. Okay, I didn't see that one, sorry. Okay, cool. Hello, and thanks a lot for allowing me to talk today. My name is Mark Whitson, and I'm a retired injured Army veteran, and I'm also a Move United Warfighter Sports Ambassador, where we are the leader in adaptive sports in the United States. And I'm also a member of the Rolling Chili Peppers, and we're a veteran cycling group here in Albuquerque. Sorry, I drove all night from Snowmass National event, so I'm a little tired. I just heard about this. Thanks for letting me talk. But we're talking a lot about on concrete. We talked a lot about on dirt. You know, we ride a lot on dirt also through the Bosque. I've been riding for 10 years myself, and I ride 3 times a week, with weather depending. And as for an adaptive athlete, a lot of us cannot ride without some type of assist, you know. I've got injured shoulders, and I'm missing a limb. So and a lot of other veterans who are very unique with our injuries. So without assists, we really wouldn't be able to ride and do a lot of the stuff we do. So for electric bikes are sort of a tool for us to overcome the barriers that we encounter in life. But as for on the concrete, I do see some people, I think, that go very fast. I think it's not the majority, but there are some. So I don't know if there should be a limit on the height. I mean, personally, an adaptive rider does not go over 20 miles an hour, even with their assist. So that's all I'm really here to do, is address the adaptive rider. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bob Pierce, followed by Travis Sutherland.
My name is Bob Pierce. I've been injured for close to 25 years. I've been cycling almost that whole entire time. I ride a hand cycle. It's all arm powered. In the last 3 or 4 years, I've gotten into the e-bikes. We have hand cycles that have e-assist on them. So I ride bikes with and without the e-assist, and most of them are usually 10 to 15 miles an hour is our average speed. And it enables us to go where we want to go and go up hills. And it's been a really big breakthrough for us that we can ride with our friends and family and keep up with everybody else out there. So I encourage people like myself to ride e-bikes if they're able to. Thank you.
Counselor Champagne. Sir, I think Counselor Champagne has a question for
I just
you.
have a quick question for you. What is the wattage on your specific bike?
What is the what?
The wattage, the power of it?
The wattage?
Yeah,
It's 500.
okay. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Travis Sutherland, followed by Carol Sutherland.
Hi, I'm Travis. I've been injured I'm a quadriplegic. I've been injured for a little over 25 years. And I just started riding last year, same bike Bob has. And to get out in nature has really changed my life, to be able to ride with my wife and get out. We're not out there tearing up the trails. We're out there just enjoying each other, our friends, just like Bob said. And it's just kind of a tough place to be, because there's regular riders with no power, and they blow past you like you're standing still. And they come up and they tell you left, right, and you can't even make a decision. And next thing you know, they're past you and they're gone. So it's just it's a tough balance. And I agree with the gentleman that came up that signs and speed limits, yeah, it's probably a waste of time and money. There's other things I think that could happen with the trails, but it's a great thing. Really gets us out. I have hand controls, hand brakes, so yeah, that's kind of where we're at with that. But thank you for listening to us.
Carol Sutherland, followed by Dustin Berg.
Thank you, committee members. I appreciate your time. I am the spouse of Travis Sutherland. As he mentioned, it's been nearly 26 years since his accident. I am here to speak for the person holding their hand, for the other person who also is not able to do the things that he is not able to do. When you love someone the way I and my friends love our spouses, you give up a lot, if not everything. So being in nature without my spouse is not the same as being in nature with friends, family. That's also nice, but we all have, well, maybe not all, but in life, it's, you find your significant other, you want to share anything and everything with your significant other. This e-biking, cycling that they have recently begun has just opened our world in a way that we never imagined. We are people who fished and hiked and camped prior to his accident, and this has just opened our world again. So again, it's not just the person you see in the wheelchair. There are spouses, there are parents, there are children. So thank you for your time.
Dustin Berg, followed by Casey Ray Henthorn.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dustin Berg, and I'm the executive director of a nonprofit organization here in Albuquerque called Go Unlimited. And we've been doing this since 2005. We provide adaptive outdoor sports and recreation for people with disabilities. And hand cycling is one of the biggest things that we do. It's the most popular, game-changing piece of equipment we've found to enable people with disabilities to, regain a lot of that mobility. Like a lot of the other people are mentioning today, they're riding miles of trails with friends and family and spouses. In particular, we have a lot of different adaptive equipment. All of them have this e-assist technology that enables a lot of different riders the ability to go, down dirt trails and paved paths. And one of the things in particular that really makes a big difference is having the e-assist, but with the throttle. The throttle, sometimes, you get into a position where you're trying to make it up a hill or something and you can't get enough torque to make it up the hill, and you could be stuck in traffic or something if you didn't have that throttle to safely get out of the way, or keep going along your merry way, however you want to put it. But so I just wanted to say that I would love to have your guys' support for the throttles on e-assist bikes. I don't think they make anything more dangerous. I think they only make things safer. And one last thing is just the entrance to the pathways for bicycles. It's something that a lot of people just don't realize, and it's not by their own fault. It's just, this is new technology. 40-inch wide access points make a trail accessible to all of the adaptive hand cycles that are out there. So thank you.
Casey Ray Henthorn, followed by Patrick Martin on Zoom.
Thank you for your time today. I don't have anything really left to add. Some specs are the bikes that we ride, the adaptive bikes, they're very heavy. So there's no way we'd really be able to pedal them without e-assist. We use them as an adaptive device, not just for bicycling, but to like go camping, go fishing. And yeah, if you didn't make them allowed on the trails, we wouldn't be able to access them without these electric motors. So that's all I really have to add. I think the money could be spent to make the trails wider and the entrances wider. And yeah, and just kind of make them safer if the trails, some of the trails are narrow, labeling the trails and letting them know that these are narrow trails, there's not passing, that might help. Speed limits, I don't think would help, but maybe. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Patrick Martin, followed by Ralph Rons on Zoom.
Thank you, Council. I am speaking on behalf of Bike ABQ, which is one of the premier bicycle advocacy organizations. Our board consists of members like myself who use an e-bike in his daily life, as well as people who work with young women, elderly, and are more just recreational cyclists. And we adopted this position without opposition that I would like to relate with you. The first is the strong opinion that Class 2 e-bikes be allowed on the trails. As you've heard, they are just a really important lifeline for cyclists. As for Class 3 e-bikes, those are something that we have not taken a strong opinion on. We believe it would be hard to enforce a ban on Class 3 e-bikes, so it is probably easier for everyone involved if they are allowed. As far as speed limits, we think that conflicts between cyclists and pedestrians are really more of an infrastructure issue, and they honestly reflect the success by the city in creating a multi-use path that everyone wants to use. And so along those lines, we think the city would find much better outcomes by creating more multi-use paths, creating more cycling infrastructure, widening the multi-use paths, than they would by fiddling with rules. But that being said, if there are certain areas of certain trails that have problems that are problematic enough that they need a quick response, we're not opposed to posting speed limits that apply to those restricted areas only. We hope that the speed limits would be used only as a last resort, and we also hope that the city would endeavor to find solutions that would allow those limits to be listed in the future, and also that they would minimize the inconvenience. We are, however, opposed to any sort of blanket numerical speed limit, like the one that's currently in the text of the ordinance. Albuquerque's multi-use trails are a diverse bunch, and what is a good policy for the Bosque Trail, and particularly the more congested regions of the Bosque Trail, isn't necessarily appropriate for the Embudo Arroyo Trail and some of the other trails. These trails are Albuquerque's only low-stress bicycle facilities, and so the primary result of making them less convenient for cyclists is to put more cars on the road, which makes Albuquerque less safe for everybody. Thank you.
Ralph Rons, followed by Solomon Johnson.
Yes, please bear with me. I'm having to read my comments. Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Ralph Rons, commenting as an individual. However, I'm a member of Bike ABQ, a former board member, 2019 to 2023, and a past president of Bike ABQ, 2021 through 2022. And I'm here to provide comments that may differ from the position of Bike ABQ, which you just heard, whose current president is the owner of a local store whose primary business is selling e-bikes of all classes. I have 4 primary comments. I urge you to lower the posted speed limit to 15 miles per hour, which is on line 16 of page 4, on all the multi-use paved trails where this is being considered. The overriding consideration should still be for the safety and enjoyment of all users of our multi-use paved trails, which includes, you've already heard it from a couple of commenters that sometimes they're very concerned about high speed of other bicyclists passing them. The cover analysis attached to the letter from PRD via the mayor acknowledges that all classes of e-bikes would still be able to operate via paved trail and on-street bicycle facilities, which is much safer as users navigate our on-street, off-street network. I think if a rigorous review of all other ordinances in the nation's cities was done, it would find that an increasing amount of them are limiting speeds to 15 miles an hour for e-bikes. Please strongly consider removing Class 3 e-bikes from this ordinance, which have a maximum built-in speed of 28 miles an hour. Number 3, while I'm not opposed to powered micromobility vehicles, as we heard, the ordinance as written states a curb limit less than 400 pounds. That is alarming to me when they could have speeds up to 30 miles per hour. I urge you to consider lowering the maximum curb weight to something around the order of 75 to 100 pounds. And then finally, please consider amending the ordinance by adding New Mexico statute is applicable unless changed in this ordinance. I say that because this ordinance as written duplicates the New Mexico statute by defining each class of e-bike, but leaves out provisions in the statute applicable to allowed age of riders of e-bikes, and also the requirements for labels on each bikes denoting the class, power, and the maximum speed. And in my cursory review of local bike shops, the latter provision is not being followed 100%. Thank you.
Solomon Johnson.
Hello, council members. It's an honor to be in front of you today. I would just like to give my support in terms of not limiting access to the open spaces of Albuquerque for e-bike riders. I think it's important to make sure there's safety signs so that people are aware of any concerns on trails that are narrow and might need to express caution while using them, especially with the electric bike. But I think it's important to make sure that the e-bikes available to the customers and the people of Albuquerque do not have restrictions that are not necessarily benefiting the city of Albuquerque and its people. So essentially, just supporting accessibility of e-bikes that aren't a danger to people also using the trails, as explained in the previous story of going over 60 miles per hour. That's a different case, but yeah, thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, everyone, for your input. Counselors, I'm going to ask if the department, if Director Simon or any of the team from Parks and Rec wants to start by giving a summary of this and the position of Parks and Rec and begin us off.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dave Simon, your Parks and Rec Director. I have with me this evening one of our senior planners, Whitney Phelan, who works a lot on our bike trails and, in this case, trail and bicycle-related policy. I thank all the members of the public who've come and those that have commented, many more I'm sure out there who care a lot about our bicycle infrastructure in the city and the healthy, active lifestyles that it supports, opportunities for transportation alternatives and reducing our carbon emissions in our city, and of course, preeminently, making our city a safer place for people to recreate and move about on our bike trails. Much, much safer than the roadways in most cases. So, Madam Chair, as you suggested, I just want to give a quick, brief summary of 014 and why it is necessary. First, as some of the members of the public referenced, the New Mexico legislature did pass a statute last year that set basic guidelines for e-bikes across the entire state, but they also allowed municipalities to, quote, sort of like opt in and customize their e-bike laws, provided that the local law does not conflict with the state law. I think 014, or our ability to craft a desirable ordinance here, it's a great opportunity for Albuquerque to enact e-bike law that best matches our conditions and the needs and preferences of our community. So I think we should take the legislature up on its offer of making something Albuquerque and not general. What does 014 basically do? Of course, it amends the city traffic code and in one place touches on the city's open space ordinance. It does include and define e-bikes and powered micro-mobility devices. It regulates these bikes and devices on paved and unpaved shared use trails. It would explicitly allow all three classes of e-bikes on paved trails. It actually prohibits e-bikes and powered micro-mobility devices from operating on paved or unpaved trails in open space because our ordinance currently does not allow that. However, it sets in motion a process where on a trail-by-trail basis, an unpaved trail within open space or a paved trail within open space, and we have both kinds, they could receive a formal designation that would permit e-bike use on those trails. So right now, the state law says it is illegal and prohibits e-bike use on unpaved trails. So we need to comply with the state law until otherwise enacted by the legislative body. 014 also proposes a speed limit on City of Albuquerque trails. It suggests a maximum speed limit of 20 miles per hour on paved trails, but would allow Parks and Rec to set lower speed limits where appropriate, such as in congested areas or other places where trail infrastructure or technical issues would call for a lower speed limit. I just want to, there are many questions, of course, about provisions of the ordinance and why we arrived at some of the proposals we did. I will be happy to answer questions about those. I did, however, want to address a couple things that members of the public brought up. I thought there were significant points. First of all, we would completely agree on the importance of improving our trail maintenance overall. And I would just have to say that I want to, again, thank this council and the administration who have provided healthy new resources for trail maintenance, particularly over the past 3 years, which has enabled us to change our business practice about how we repair trails. And we have just dramatically accelerated and increased the amount of crack repair we can do with the same labor that we have. So we're using technology much more effectively to do that. At the same time, we still only have 3 full-time employees for 150 miles of trail. So I would love to do better, and we can do better, and I think we all want to do better. And so whatever happens with e-bikes, we just need to keep focused on improving maintenance in the city, but we're doing a much better job with the resources that the administration and the council has provided. And if we just stay the course, we'll be even better at it. Secondly, with respect to trail infrastructure, I also agree with the commenter who said one of the solutions to safer trails is in some cases separating users more effectively. Some cases that means wider trails, and we agree. Generally speaking, to be able to get that type of wider trail infrastructure on our system, we were talking millions and millions of dollars. It's all worth trying to do. At the same time, we have to do something about e-bikes now. We have a state law that's already enacted. It's coming up on almost 1 year old, and we've been in a gray area about appropriate regulation of e-bikes. So we do need to act and keep working at all aspects of making our trail systems safer and better for all citizens. One more point, Madam Chair, just about the speed limit concept. We did do a thorough scan of other cities around the country and state and local policies on how those are emerging around the country over e-bikes. And what we found is that most municipalities have gravitated toward an approach where they recognize that it's not necessarily the bike itself, the technology that presents the biggest issue. It is speed. So they're gravitating toward allowing more classes of bikes, but regulating speed. So we found just many, many municipalities that have enacted a speed limit of some kind. There are a few that have set lower speed limits, but they are consistently finding when you set a low speed limit, you immediately make many cyclists violators of the ordinance almost like automatically. And in some cases, lower speed limits are being traded in for sort of a more moderate speed limit. We think that there's room for discussion on the top, on that issue of what is a proper speed limit. But if you do have one, it's something that needs to be signed because enforcement requires notice to the public, general minimum practical notice to the public, and education is crucial, most of all in bicycle behavior and safety. But we would have to do some signage. I don't think we could have one and not the other. It's not, I mean, the amount we would have to spend on signage is probably a fraction of what we would like to spend on trail infrastructure and maintenance. So I don't think it would actually displace the work that, in a big way, that we still will continue to do on trail maintenance and on trail infrastructure. But we'll need all of these elements to make a safer bicycle system in the new era that technology has given us. With that, I would stand for any questions about specifics on the measure or how we arrived at the proposed approach in the ordinance.
Thank you, Director. Counselors, questions, comments? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Simon, do we track or have any sense of like the true dangers of e-bikes and pedestrians on our trails? Like, do we have risk management that has any kind of data around how much of a danger this really is?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, to say we have a mix of data, none of which is presents a perfect picture of data on our bike trails. We have some counters, for example, but we don't have trail counters in every location that I would like. We have some accident and crash and accident related data. Not every accident or incident or exchange on trails gets reported. Some do. And then we do have some data on the unfortunate consequences of some of those accidents if they do result in a claim against the city or something like that. We have some of that data. Again, it's imperfect, but I would say that the 311 system is used quite regularly to report issues on our trails. The number one issue that 311 system complaints that we get is about excessive speed.
How many a year do you think we get?
You know, Counselor, I would have to get back with you on data from that, but it's sort of the more common complaint, the most common complaint.
I'm not a trail goer, so I haven't, for my own context, I need to start. But figuring like just how much does this even happen? And then one more follow-up, how do we enforce speed limits on our trails?
Well, that'll be a challenge. Right now, there is no speed limit on the trail of any kind except a general, the speed limit, shall I rephrase that? The speed limit is the speed is the safest speed under the conditions, I guess is what the ordinance basically says, to paraphrase it. So there's no numeric speed limit. So how do you enforce the limits we have now? The safe speed is often in the eye of the user, which is why we get conflicts. Some people think riders should be going slower at the time. You know, we're all taught in driver's education, you should take 5 miles per hour off your driving speed for any environmental condition like rain or snow or traffic or something like that. It's all about learning the right etiquette and behavior on trails. If you're going to rely solely on that type of limit. So otherwise, we have no numeric limit, speed limit whatsoever on our trail system. Now, in terms of how you enforce it, of course, that'll be, again, mostly dependent on changing behaviors and education. I envision a more robust effort to educate cyclists of all kinds on the importance of trail safety and respecting each other and obeying proper speed limits. However, some traditional enforcement will probably be necessary. You do that again through posted signage and then occasional reminders to people and then occasional enforcement actions. And you can do that through the same ways we enforce speed limits on the roads.
APD
Yes, ma'am.
would be enforcing our trails.
Right, well, we have open space conservation officers already assigned to large parts of our bicycle network. We have a growing cadre of APD bicycle officers. The more of those, the better, in my view, just for overall community policing, not just for the trails. And, I think you would use them on occasion to do targeted enforcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more question. To the comment about trail infrastructure, so I just did a quick Google, and there's some really neat ways to separate our current trails just with how we paint them. I know we talked about signage about how, like, to provide that education on if you're motorized, you should be on this, those types of things. Have we tried any of that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, yes. In some cases, we have some indicators on pavement or trail surface. In other cases, to really effectively do that, say to create maybe like your pedestrian or stroller lane off to the right where the slower traffic is typically steered, you need to add 2 to 3 feet onto a trail to make that really work. Otherwise, trails have sort of minimum design standards already, so you don't want to shrink a trail to make it too narrow while you still have the same amount of traffic on it. Even if you put a stripe on it, I think we all know traffic will wander across a stripe. So the best and safest way to separate is to physically create a separate trail or separate lane, or to create enough width in a trail where that stripe is really meaningful.
Counselor Baca?
Just a question of clarification. Mr. Simon, thank you, Madam President. The current state law currently prohibits state e-bikes on trails and off-road trails, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so this at least is allowing that, even though there's some work to be done on it, correct?
When Madam Chair, Councilor Baca, when it comes to unpaved trails or anything that's sort of a natural surface trail, we maintain a prohibition, but provide a process by which you could designate trails on a case-by-case basis to permit e-bikes. That would have to be an extremely, a process that would involve technical study of the trail, whether it would technically be okay for e-bikes, also a robust public engagement about that with the general public, stakeholder groups, about the implications of allowing e-bikes on those unpaved surfaces. Now, we do have a couple of situations within our open space system where we actually have paved trails. So, for example, our beloved Bosque bike trail, the Paseo del Bosque, that is one of the top 25 trails in the West, known as one of the top 25 bike trails in the West. It's paved, but it goes through open space. So right now, e-bikes are prohibited on that trail. But it's a paved trail. So O14 would, again, if you apply the framework here, there'd be a method and a process whereby we could consider allowing e-bikes on that paved trail through open space. And frankly, the fact of the matter is they already are there. But when it comes to unpaved surfaces, that would be really have to be a robust, careful process with a lot of public engagement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselors, anything else? So I have a couple comments on this. And let me preface this by saying I think that this is absolutely, I agree that we have to do something. And the e-bikes, I mean, they're the newest technology and they're not going away. If anything, they're going to replace and I guess analog bicycle for everyone eventually. So I 100% agree that we have to come up with something and we have to make sure that this, especially in our environment here in Albuquerque and in New Mexico, but I hate to create laws that we can't enforce, which we are already struggling respectfully in Albuquerque with enforcement, but it's, you know, we're working on fixing that. But, you know, I don't want to create a law looking to create a problem, right? Looking to make people that are just outside riding their bikes all of a sudden in trouble. So I, you know, have been doing some research. I absolutely think that, you know, we can regulate by speed, like what you said, Director, where we regulate by speed, but not by the device used. I think that that's going to be a little bit extra micromanaging and very difficult to do, especially when it comes to who's going to enforce. And, you know, especially if APD or, you know, any kind of enforcement agency has to witness this infraction happening. I mean, the chances of that happening are going to be nil, especially if we're on any trail, whether they're paved or not within the city. And in all fairness, I really want APD to enforce other laws prior to starting to cite people on a bicycle. So I do think that, you know, to me, I want to simplify this bill. I think that it's very difficult to sit here and say it's 20 or 22 or 15 or here or there. And honestly, I have family that rides on open space trails and they have an e-bike. So to me, I'm also thinking, well, how do we end up making sure to say, no, you can't go on any unpaved trails either? Especially when these bikes, and it certainly isn't the one that goes 65 or 63 and over, which, full disclosure, my family has one of those too, which does not go on any of these trails. It is not something that we allow our children to ride and do anything of that nature. So I want to make sure that this is simplified. We keep in mind, like, what does this look like 5 years from now when a traditional bicycle that I rode, when I rode bicycles, is not, you know, not the average bicycle. So I do have a committee substitute prepared. However, I kind of want to pull the committee. It came out at the last minute. Staff was fabulous with working with me. I know that the department has not really had a chance to digest the changes. I'm not opposed to moving the committee substitute, voting on it, accepting it, and then deferring this bill in committee. I'm not opposed to continue. Currently, the motion is without recommendation, so this would go to full council. I can do a floor substitute of the same bill at council where people can have the chance to digest it, if that's the case. I kind of leave it to the committee. Currently, the motion is without recommendation. If somebody is wanting to defer, I leave it to you to make a motion. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think, I do agree that we need a little bit more time on this. We've heard a lot of good comments, and I don't want to rush anything. And so I would like to defer it and talk more with admin and council services and all of us involved. And make sure it's right, just perfect. I think we do need something. I do agree. Also, I don't think we need to be citing people that are out in nature. I think that's really a big thing. So we got to figure it out. So I think we just need to tweak it a little bit. So I would like to defer it.
Madam Chair, if I might, on your question. We did see the committee sub, so thank you very much for sharing that with us. We have no objection, I think, to the changes that I saw in the sub, which were minor, I guess, relatively speaking. The sub did not make a couple of other changes that I think would be improvements in the bill. And with respect to one of the other public commenters who mentioned the weight limit for powered micro mobility devices, which is a mouthful to say, we totally agree that the weight limit that is in the introduced ordinance of 400 needs to be dropped to 100, which we've discovered and verified would be better aligned with federal guidelines. And so we were researching that when the bill was introduced, and we confirmed it that we'd like to see that dropped. So in summary, I would say I would have no objection to the committee adopting a sub and moving the bill, recognizing that I think some continued work would be in everyone's best interest.
Okay, and so I don't know if the counselors have had a chance to review the committee sub and feel comfortable moving forward with that, or if we go, it seems like Councilor Grout, you made a motion for deferral to the May 15th LUPS meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second? Councilor Baca has a second for that. So with that, I will say before we vote on that deferral, Director, if this, which I think of Councilor Davis, like I can read the writing on the wall. But if this does get deferred to the next meeting,
Yeah,
I'm happy
that's
to
also fine.
work with you if you want on, because I'm not going to introduce the committee substitute.
Okay.
So just know that it's going to be coming to the next meeting, whether that be as a floor substitute at full council or as a committee substitute. So, but I'm happy to work with you and see what we need to add in and what we can agree on and just do it all together or not. So with that, there is a motion for deferral to the May 15th LUPS meeting, second from Counselor Baca. Counselors, all those in favor of the deferral, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
That passes. So we will see this at the May 15th LUPS meeting, and then we can work on the committee substitute for that meeting.
Look forward to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, counselors, moving on to agenda item C, Counselor Grout, R27.
Thank you, Madam Chair. R27 is adopting an updated Albuquerque-Bernalillo County comprehensive plan. I move a do pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Rogers with a second for R27. Counselor Grout, if you would like to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an update that is supposed to take place every 5 years. This will be the first update since the plan was adopted in 2017. A few of the updated items are the Climate Action Plan, Age-Friendly Action Plan, the Zero Action Plan, and these reports specifically are from the Near Heights and the Southwest Mesa CPAs. And Mr. Cox from our office could give us an update. Thank you.
Mr. Cox, if you want to begin, and then we'll go to public comment before we really dive into any of the nitty-gritty and questions from counselors.
Chair Commission, I do have a presentation. Would you like me to do that or just an overall?
No, that would be great.
Chair, councilors, thank you. This is the Comprehensive Plan Update 2023, even though it is 2024. What is our comprehensive plan? And essentially, comprehensive plan is our kind of roadmap for the city and how we dictate our land use policies, decisions, and that hits not just councilors, but many committees, EPC, LUHO, all of that. And so this document really touches many decisions, not just in our planning department, but all departments in the city. And overall, the comprehensive plan really looks at a regional scale, not just the city, and really identifies different challenges and issues we could foresee with growth as we go forward as a city and with our other adjacent jurisdictions, whether that's Bernalillo County or working with our colleagues up in Rio Rancho to see how that's going to affect Albuquerque overall. This comprehensive plan update, as Councilor Grout mentioned, is our first one since 2017. Originally, the timeline was tied to the community planning areas, which we were hoping to complete within 5 years, but had a lot of hard-learned lessons through COVID, but as well as just good practice. But we are staying on that timeline of a 5-year update. This is not to have departments create new policies through this update, but rather bring in policies and actions that already had a public engagement process involved in their own approval and reports. So what we are bringing in, just to reiterate, the community planning areas, we were hoping to get in central Albuquerque, but unfortunately that was deferred, and so that is coming to y'all soon, along with East Gateway CPA. But we do have approved the Southwest Mesa CPA and the Near Heights CPA. Along with those reports, we are bringing in the Climate Action Plan, Vision Zero Action Plan, Age-Friendly Action Plan, and then doing small technical corrections, misspellings, et cetera. But the other really large lift that included all departments of the city was the city's action matrix, which we'll get into a little more detail in a bit. So the community planning areas are 12 different districts around Albuquerque, and basically we did them based off of a priority measure. And so we started with the Near Heights, moved to Southwest Mesa, and then to Central ABQ, and then East Gateway. thus why Near Heights and Southwest Mesa were the first to be approved. These policies are geographic specific. They are not citywide. Near Heights policies are to Near Heights. Southwest Mesa policies are to Southwest Mesa. They do not apply to any other areas of the city. There we go. Let me make sure, yeah. The implementation action matrix. This is the big lift where we have over 300 plus actions that different departments and outside agencies committed to. And what you'll see along with all these actions is a timeline and a progress key. And what that looks at is having a department commit to when they're going to complete that timeline or that action within a certain timeline. And basically, when we have these 5-year updates, they can update the progress key along with that. Of course, 4X is being complete, and O for ongoing, you'll generally see that around actions that are education-oriented, more or less. The Climate Action Plan is the city's commitment to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions 26 to 28% below the 2005 levels by 2025. This was approved R19-187. And it comes out of our Office of Sustainability. The Vision Zero Action Plan is a simple idea that we should have no pedestrian or car-related fatalities within Albuquerque. We still have a lot of work to do, but the division has been quite committed to this work. And this was approved, sorry, this slide is a little out of date because y'all just approved the update just about a month ago. And then the age-friendly action plan is also the idea, or a simple idea, that if you create a city that is sustainable and accessible for a senior citizen as well as a 4-year-old, then you have a pretty accessible city, and that makes it easy for everyone. So these goals look at different housing models, infrastructure related to accessibility challenges, transit, et cetera. At the Environmental Planning Commission, EPC did approve this at their January 18th meeting. We did hear some concerns from the public. Generally, it was around the CPA schedule and just frustration with the change in the timeline. This was approved through R2242 to go to a 10-year timeline, with 6 of it being dedicated to the CPAs, to another comprehensive plan update where we'll do a larger public engagement process in the years 28, 29. The other frustration was just general frustration about the IDO and the annual update. So good timing. But yeah, I am here for any questions if you have any.
Counselors, before we go to questions, I want to go ahead and we do have some people signed up to speak, so let's go ahead and hear from them first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Loreto Naranjo Lopez, followed by Peggy Neff.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, and I'm representing the Historic Neighborhood Alliance. The Historic Neighborhood Alliance is requesting deferral due to the fact that the Metropolitan Redevelopment Area, which is predominantly the historic neighborhoods, are included within the area of change. The HNA would like to know what that means for our area when most of our area is an area of consistency. The HNA would like to know what kind of impacts this will contribute to the historic neighborhoods when we are already dealing with gentrification and environmental impacts. We would like a study of how mixed-use high-density apartments impact on historic residential single-family neighborhoods. And we also would like to look at that community plan area. We'd like more time for it, for the central ABQ. And so we know that, I haven't seen it yet come up on the agenda, but we would like more discussion over that, what criteria they were looking at and how it deals with protecting the historic neighborhoods. So I thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Mr. Cox, can you tell me if that is part of the comprehensive plan or if that's more IDO related?
Chair, councilors, the areas of change and consistency is part of the comprehensive plan. There's a methodology spelled out in our appendix, and this is really tied to policies around area of consistency. We generally don't promote zoning amendments. Area of change, we generally do promote zoning amendments. I will say the historic neighborhoods did not change from 2017 to this update.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peggy Neff, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Hello, councilors, new councilors, Chair, Madam Bassan. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping things in good order and trying to fix things and get them better for our community. I sincerely appreciate that. I've witnessed firsthand communities overseas where there is no dialogue, there is no pathway between legislators and community. It saddens me terribly to see Albuquerque headed this way. In the past, it's been my experience to have council totally ignore my concerns. I've stopped asking planning to respond to questions. After time and time again, they refuse to provide information. Even IPRA requests are passed over as too complicated to respond to. With the IDO, and now with this update to the Bernalillo Comprehensive Plan, I see the waning of community perspective. I see a top-down, administratively sanctioned system that has been imposed on my community without their understanding or their accord. I see it marginalizing residents, bypassing community concerns, and taxing community involvement. I'm asking for a deferral of R2427 to allow for more community members to sufficiently have a chance to review these changes. Specifically, I'm concerned to the process of adopting changes coming from the CPAs that is not fully integrated and the system is not supported by the community. I believe that the proposed annual update for roadway amendments is not appropriate for the comprehensive plan that is supposed to be restrictive by nature and constant for planning purposes. We have seen how the annual update process, the broken annual update process of the IDO continues to change the nature of the city without concerns for the community positions. I also don't think that it's best practice to consider hypothetical legislation in that there are multiple references to the 2023 IDO amendments in this explanations within this Bernalillo Comprehensive Plan change. The amendments have yet to pass to legislation. I don't think it's prudent to pass this legislation forward that includes reference to these amendments. I can go on. I am the only one that I know that has read this document, and I work with a lot of community members. Please defer. Let us have a chance to look at it. The more things we can put in front of you, the better your decisions are.
Thank you, Ms. Neff.
Andrea Calderon.
Hi, so I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong box and I meant to comment on the IDO I'm so sorry, the changes to, the R13,
Which bill, Ms.
013.
Calderon? 013?
Yeah, should I make my comment now or should I wait?
Let's go ahead and
until-
just wait. Let's keep it German, but we'll put your name there so
Okay,
we can make
thank you,
sure
I
to come back to you. Thank you.
That concludes comment on R2427.
Thank you. Counselors, any comments or questions regarding the comprehensive plan? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, Mac. Can you talk a little bit about the community input process for the update, for this update?
Chair, Councilor Rogers, the community planning area process. So the community planning area process, the overall goal of this process is to hear from a majority of the public to create actions and policies. And so the principal value there is that the planning team goes to the people, basically. We don't rely on them coming to us anymore. And so the team at the planning department basically would go to parks, community centers, different neighborhood events, every neighborhood association, fairs, whatever they could get their hands on, basically, to go find people. And so there is a massive amount of qualitative data that this team has collected, and they basically siphon out what is talked about the most. And then from those themes that they find, that's where they create their policies and create their actions. And before they bring them to y'all, they go double back to the public and make sure that what they heard was right and that they are reflecting what they heard.
Thank you. How long do community have to when this document is prepared, and how long do they have before it comes to us to give input?
Apologies, Chair, Councilor Rogers. At this time, we have had a number of timelines, as I'm sure y'all are well aware. The Near Heights took about 2 years because of some COVID protocol, and they switched from virtual to in-person a number of times. So essentially, the public had at least a year and a half, if not more. I know they were taking engagement until the final celebration right before the report was brought to council. And then Southwest Mesa was over 2 years, and Central ABQ has been 2 years, and East Gateway is where we got our stuff together and did that within 1 year. And so that whole time, the team is open to taking public comment in the entire time. Yeah.
Counselor Grout, and if you want, if there's nothing further from the other counselors in addition to your comments to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, right now, they've been, CPA has been in the East Gateway, which is my area, and a little bit into your district. And over the last year, I've had the privilege of going to many, many, many events. They have reached out to all of the neighborhood associations, or the majority of them. I've seen them at all kinds of public events all over. Wherever I would go, I would see somebody from CPA there. And they had all their boards up, and they had little stickies, and there was always an opportunity to ask questions and to see and then answer questions. You know, there were surveys, and they were at parks. They were everywhere. I can say specifically for the East Gateway, which is not before us right now, there has been quite a bit of engagement, and so still, I know there's a lot of people we miss. There's no doubt about it. But I really have seen over this last year, I have really seen a real effort to engage with the public.
Counselors, the motion is for a do pass. And there was a second already. And then, so if we want to go ahead and, counselors, if you're in favor of this, please raise your hand and say yes. 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 Okay, that passes on a 5-0 vote. We will move on now to O13. This is adopting citywide text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance, sections 14 through 16 for the 2023 IDO annual update. I want to move this without recommendation. Is there a second? There's multiple seconds from Grout and Champagne. And I would just want to remind everyone that, again, my intent for this meeting is to discuss this bill, meaning that I want us to hear from the community. I want us to discuss and get presentations on the different amendments that are being proposed so that we can really have a hearing on it. And then it is my intention to make sure to defer this bill until the May 15th council LUPS meeting, so that we can offer another opportunity for the public and the community to become knowledgeable and aware and any kind of additional changes. So with that, I want to start with public comment, and then we'll hear from the council planning staff on each of the proposed amendments. But first, we can go ahead and move to public comment so that we hear from people, which I know is going to be kind of all over the place as far as which amendments in particular some people may be speaking on. But we will go ahead and discuss the amendments one at a time after public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Russell Brito, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Madam Chair, Councilors, Russell Brito with the Public Service Company of New Mexico. Thank you for this opportunity to address Amendment A6, Energy Storage Systems. Great thanks to Planning and Council staff for their collaboration, and thanks to Councilor Baca for sponsoring this amendment. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security identifies the energy sector as uniquely critical because it enables all other critical infrastructure. Electric infrastructure like power lines and substations are needed in all communities at regular intervals to ensure grid system reliability and resiliency. The equitable location of electric utility facilities also reflects modern technical standards for the electric grid. PNM is on track to meet the state's Energy Transition Act requirements with new renewable generation. PNM is also subject to NMPRC rules, including compliance with local jurisdiction standards. As renewable sources join PNM's generation portfolio, a new vital piece of infrastructure is needed: energy storage systems, or ESSs. ESSs are critical when the sun is not shining, the wind is not blowing, and during peak load demands. ESSs include flywheels, pumped, thermal, and compressed air storage, but the most common ESS is battery storage. At one time, the subject of dramatic TV news coverage, the latest battery technology has much lower fire risk. Modern battery systems have built-in fire suppression, the ability to identify, isolate, and replace damaged cells, and are subject to fire marshal enforcement of the Fire Code's battery standards. PNM's single concern with the amendment is the landscape buffer mandate of 1 tree every 25 feet, which may conflict with power line connections to storage systems inside the security wall. PNM supports this amendment and urges your support with revised landscape standards that mirror the existing standards for substations. I'll stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Jane Beckley.
Madam Chair and councilors, there have been over 500 citywide amendments in the last 5 years. I've personally had a hand in 3 of them. In the 2021 update cycle, the ICC wrote an amendment asking for several items of information to be included with every amendment submitted. Councilor Pat Davis sponsored a much watered down version that gave us a column for item number and source. In the 2022 cycle, I wrote an update to remove balconies and bay windows from the list of architectural features that could encroach on side yard setbacks. It passed, but too late for the property owner on Princeton, who now has trouble renting that house because of 3 second-floor balconies that loom over the backyard a mere 30 inches away. This year, I wrote the amendment to change the cycle from annual to biannual. I urge your support on that. My next ask will be to reduce the ridiculous number of amendments. I have not found any other municipality that has so many amendments every year. Tucson's code update package adopted last year passed a total of 8. Austin has a 3-stage process. This year there are 2 in the initiation stage, 28 in development and engagement, and only 3 in review and adoption. The Charlotte, North Carolina Unified Development Ordinance lists all text amendments from 1992 through May 2023. There were 12 amendments over 5 recent years, with only 3 amendments in 2021. This data is important. Please consider a floor amendment, or we'll write another one next year to fix this broken update process. Remember, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And who can stamp my parking ticket? Thank you.
Jane Beckley, followed by Brandy Thompson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Jane Beckley. I'm going to be commenting specifically on A10. I'm representing the Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association Board, and I'll be quoting from the Narrow, whose requirements we have met and follow. The Narrow specifically outlines responsibilities of recognized neighborhood associations. It states, recognized neighborhood associations shall, by interaction with their members, residents in the city, strive to engage with community and land use planning, protect the environment, and promote the community welfare. Amendment A10 is specifically and unequivocally written to prevent neighborhood associations from meeting that responsibility. It removes entirely any opportunity for meaningful communication on land use planning prior to an application and constrains the conduct of post-submittal meetings to effectively make them meaningless as a mechanism for engaging, protecting the environment, or promoting the community welfare. Even the right to a post-submittal facilitated meeting is effectively removed, assigning the power to determine if a meeting will be held to a decision maker. In our view, this amendment and councilors who vote for it are willing to blatantly disregard neighborhood associations, their charge as written in the narrow, and as well as any pretense of genuine public engagement. We respectfully request that you oppose Amendment A10. Thank you for your time and attention.
Brandy Thompson, followed by Carlos Michelin.
Madam Chairman, Council, longtime listener, first-time caller. My name's Brandy. I'm a nurse in the community. I'm here asking you to approve Amendment 5 about duplexes. We are in a housing crisis. This is not new, yet we continue to fail to respond to this crisis by rejecting policies that provide more housing for our community members. This is not the first time this amendment has come up to this council, and I hope that this time we can pass it. It's disheartening to hear people complain daily about the unhoused population but refuse to pass legislation that creates housing for this desperate part of our community. We also continue to hear comments about character of our neighborhood, and we don't want to change the character of our neighborhood. First off, we must acknowledge that no neighborhoods are unchangeable. None of our neighborhoods are frozen in time, and that all cities must constantly adapt to changing circumstances. In response to the character comment, allowing duplexes helps protect the character of your neighborhood by ensuring that change happens over small incremental steps and not in a dramatic move. Duplexes are the smallest increment of middle housing change. This ask is small. This ask is only a small geographic part of our city. It will only impact a small population, which is a small step in the right direction to address this housing crisis. We don't expect a huge overnight impact from this policy. Other cities that have implemented similar policies have seen gradual change, which is what we are advocating for. But this will ensure Albuquerque has the regulatory infrastructure to respond to this problem now and into the future. This is a common sense response to a citywide crisis and also aligns with the city's comprehensive plan. Please approve the duplex proposal to the IDO. Thank you.
Carlos Michelin, followed by Charles Dean.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. It's my first time doing this. But my name is Carlos, and I'm a professional in the city. I'm a scientist, and I came here to ask you to vote yes on the proposed duplex amendment. I know that this kind of amendment can keep families together. I remember when I was a kid, when my grandfather passed away, the family had to decide how to house my grandmother, who cannot afford her own house. And renting her own place was too expensive, so they made a duplex of one of my aunt's houses. The family stayed together. My grandma kept her independence in her own home, but we had lunch together all the time. And then now, as an adult, me and my sisters are faced with a similar question of what will happen when my mother retires. A couple of years ago, when she lost her job and was unemployed for a year, now she has a job again, luckily, it became very real to us that at some point we will have to maintain her. And for us, sending her off to a home is not an option. But the reality of most of the United States, and Albuquerque in specific, is that the kind of arrangement that was done for my grandmother is all but illegal in most of Albuquerque, with 2/3 of homes being zoned for single-family homes. And yeah, I just urge you to consider that everything, right now the only options are either single-family homes or big developments by big developers. Everything middle housing done by regular citizens that has the potential to keep people in their neighborhoods and family together is pretty much illegal. So I urge you to vote yes on the duplex amendment and, in general, the housing forward plan. Thank you.
Charles Dean, followed by Dieter and Bicky.
Good evening, Council. My name is Charles Dean. I am a renter in Albuquerque. On March 25th, an article in the Albuquerque Journal was published titled 5,000 Additional Housing Units by 2025. Is it a reach? This article was written about housing in Albuquerque and specifically about a woman named Deleuze wishing to buy a home. I sympathize with Deleuze and her bid to purchase a home, as it is something that I have been in an on-again, off-again relationship over the past few years. I have been saving for a house, however, it is difficult with rising rents, as I have experienced a rent increase of over $600 a month over the past 5 years. It has been a 75% increase that I've experienced over the past 5 years. A line in this article stated it was controversial to allow duplexes in neighborhoods. I'm surprised to hear people thinking it would be controversial to allow duplexes in many neighborhoods in an attempt to expand housing supply or for any character reasons. Where I grew up, it was common to see duplexes, and I always thought it gave the neighborhood a nice charm, breaking up the pattern of repetitive homes. My girlfriend and I are, like many in our 20s, have been looking at homes online and discussing what we like, do not like in houses, layouts, and home decors. One of the things we struggle on is that we disagree on many home decor looks: dark paint, light paint, open styles, closed styles, etc., and so on. However, a discussion we have talked about is either buying a duplex or turning a home into a duplex and having a split home to allow each other the freedom of expression and how to decorate and express themselves while still having a shared home. That was a sum of us together. I hope the Albuquerque City Council changes the idea of allowing duplexes in single-family homes, for both expanding the supply of housing to help people like myself and Deleuze and others, but also allow people to have more freedom and opportunities to shape their homes and their land to their views, wants, and desires. Thank you.
Dieter Hanbicke, followed by Nick Wheeler.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Dieter Hanbicke, and I'm speaking tonight to urge the passing of the Duplex Permissive Use Amendment A5. While permissive use of duplexes doesn't really seem like a life or death issue, and to be frank, it really isn't, Albuquerque is in the middle of a housing shortage right now, and we need more housing built, plain and simple. And this zoning update will allow for more housing to be built with less red tape or any delays. The median listed home price here in the Albuquerque metro area is about $375,000, which would require a take-home pay of about $100,000 per year. The average median, or the median, the median household income is $58,000, so about $40,000 less than what is required to buy the median house. So we need more housing here in Albuquerque. And while this is not going to change that shortage overnight, it will help. And passing this ordinance will just ultimately help that housing supply, which we desperately need in this city. Thank you.
Nick Wheeler, followed by Luke Languit.
Council Chair, Councilors, my name is Nick Wheeler. I'm a citizen of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I'm also a commander with the police department, and I oversee the Valley Area Command. I'm here in support of Amendment A7, which would allow front yard walls and fences to be raised to the maximum height of 2 feet in residential areas. The administration views the proposed amendment as a vital step towards improving public safety. Allowing taller permissive fences is anticipated to strengthen the public safety by reducing occurrences of trespassing, unauthorized access, and property crimes, and we at APD agree. Specifically to security, installing a taller fence will make a potential trespasser or burglar think twice about having to jump over a fence that's tall and having them move on to something that's less hardened or less difficult to get into. And speaking to thousands of would-be burglars, thieves, or trespassers in my career, a lot of them have told me that they go and look for the easier targets. It's also the ability to keep our kids and pets safe. Installing a taller fence can prevent your children and pets from leaving the yard unexpectedly, keeping them from entering the roadway. A taller fence can also ensure would-be criminals from luring your children and pets away from your property, which is a nationwide problem. Taller fences would also allow unwanted sights and sounds to be blocked. It can muffle excessive noise and block your vision from whatever is happening outside of your property line. It has been shown that this is especially beneficial in highly traveled residential areas that constantly have vehicles passing through. This can also prevent those dogs who bark at everyone walking or driving by from seeing those triggers, allowing them to be more peaceful for everyone.
Luke Languit, followed by Janet Manry, excuse me.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Luke Langwood. I'm a commander with the Albuquerque Police Department assigned to the Southeast Area Command. I am here in support of Amendment A7. When you look at as far as deterring or disrupting or preventing crime, changes to the environment and landscape that can make a difference. Not in all properties, commercial or residential, but there are definitely residential and commercial properties that can benefit from it. It's not going to be the solve-all, but it is one of the tools in the toolbox to, again, prevent and stop crime from occurring. Not only will this increase security and prevent most issues related to trespassing and unauthorized access, it can also help families with enjoying their yard in peace. Instilling a taller fence around your property can add additional privacy while increasing the security and safety of your home. Everyone wants their home to feel like their own. Hosts can have events, relax in a hot tub, and enjoy their yard without having to worry about people watching them. Keeping out unwanted animals living in New Mexico, even in the city, in the metro area, is all too often that an unwanted animal enters your property and either causes injury, death, to your pets, or destruction of landscaping and gardens. And increasing the value of your home. Installing a taller fence can increase the curb appeal and sense of security for your homes. While taking everything related to this amendment into consideration, and from a law enforcement perspective, we believe that having a taller fence, a more secure fence, would help the security overall for your home. There is a requirement that we believe should always be met regarding the top portion of the fence. It should allow some sight onto the property to ensure any nefarious activity is captured by your concerned neighbors or a passing law enforcement officer. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Janet Manry, followed by Jude Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. My name is Janet Manry. I live in District 2. I'm speaking in favor of A5, more permissive duplex zoning. I am a renter myself. I also do not own a car. I'm lucky to live in a neighborhood close to downtown that already has very dense housing. Contains about half single-family housing and half multiplex housing, all kinds, duplexes, triplexes, garden apartment complexes that all blend well into the neighborhood, mostly all single-story. It's a very pleasant place to live with a variety of housing styles, lots of character, lots of friendly faces. I can go for a short walk and meet 4 people I know. I even know the names of their dogs. Since housing makes my neighborhood a great place to live. And since the neighborhood's close to downtown, I have many transit options. I can walk or ride my bike most places I need to go. Low housing supply makes rents higher all over the city. This makes it hard to find a place to rent near transit that is also bikeable and walkable. So rents are especially high near transit corridors and urban centers because those are the most desirable places to live. So increasing the number of duplexes in these areas will make these locations much more affordable to renters like me, from people like me who don't want to have to drive a car just to leave their neighborhood. So I would like you to support this A5 more permissive zoning for duplexes. Thank you.
Jude Miller, followed by Haley Davidson.
Chair and Council, thank you for your time. My name is Jude Miller. I live in District 6 in the Spruce Park neighborhood. I'm here today to support Councilor Feeblecorn's IDO zoning amendment 5 to permissively allow for duplex housing. People should have the freedom to find housing that suits their needs and lifestyle. Unfortunately, high demand and lack of supply has resulted in a higher than average housing costs in areas close to transit and other amenities. This forces Albuquerque residents to choose housing options that may not be their first choice. I'm personally looking to downsize to a smaller home that better fits my current living situation. This past Sunday, I scheduled a time with a realtor to look at a small house that had just come to market. It was close to a transit and a grocery store. While en route to view the home, I received a call from my realtor that the house had already sold in under 12 hours. This is not a unique situation. There's simply not enough housing supply in the city. According to Federal Reserve economic data, the cost of housing in Albuquerque has nearly doubled since 2012. The current median sale price is about $335,000. These trends point to a lack of supply. Additional demand for housing in areas that are within walking distance to amenities such as restaurants, grocery stores, and near viable public transportation such as downtown, Nob Hill, and Uptown have pushed those prices even higher in those areas. Allowing more choice in housing types along our transit corridors and near urban centers will help increase housing supply to meet the needs of people who either need or want to live near transit and have amenities that are accessible without requiring the use of a car. Please support the duplex amendment to permissively allow duplex housing. This policy is a low-risk, small first step in addressing the issue of housing supply in Albuquerque. Thank you for your time.
Haley Davidson, followed by Peggy Neff.
Thank you for the chance to offer my perspective. My name is Haley Davidson. I'm fortunate enough to be a homeowner in District 1, and I want to offer my perspective on the housing shortage from the perspective of a homeowner. The low stock of housing in Albuquerque has increased estimates of many people's property values, which sounds awesome on paper, but we're not looking to sell. A combination of inflation and this higher evaluation has caused our monthly payments to rise almost $300 above what we paid when we first moved in. And that's after we shopped around for a cheaper rate on homeowners insurance. Despite all this, I know we're really lucky. I have so many friends and family with good jobs and 5 roommates. And that's all because all they can afford. And that doesn't even touch on our massive homelessness crisis, made worse by the lack of affordable housing. I'm also coming as someone who works in the marketing division for ABQ Ride. Every day, I produce materials to encourage people to take the bus, and I provide education on all the ways it benefits the community, from environmental, economic, health, accessibility, and community-oriented perspectives. Because of this, I've been more motivated to learn about what makes a transit system effective, and it's my understanding that zoning and transit are entirely interdependent. Outside of the United States, many countries have seen the benefits of good, walkable, mixed-use communities. All of this to say, allowing places that are already situated along public transit routes to build affordable housing, like duplexes, would make very good use of the public transit infrastructure that we already have and increase our desperately needed housing supply. Please vote for Amendment 5 and allow more permissive housing for duplexes in this bill and in others moving forward.
Peggy Neff, followed by Jim Strozier.
Good evening, councilors. Again, thank you for having the chance to speak to you. I have a prepared statement here to remind you of the things that we've asked for: data, numbering systems, clear identification of source, full statements of beneficiaries, full impact statements, requested changes explained in regard to clear maps, examples, responses to community questions, all of these things, a summary of unintended consequences that certainly would help you in deciding these decisions, but we are denied this information. I have a home where a duplex was built next to the home. It's a rental property. It's been on the market for 3 months. I have had 1 application. It's underpriced for a rental. I'm not sure what data is being used to transform this city into thinking we need to push for these changes in this manner. The permits for ADUs, since the Housing Forward was pushed forward, we can't get the information from the city, but one of my colleagues counted up the permits for ADUs in 7 months since Housing Forward. There have been 7. I don't know what we're talking to in regard to affordable housing, because we don't have a plan for capping speculative housing. I don't understand a lot of things that go on in regard to decisions made without data, but certainly the IDEO amendments that are in front of you, there are so many significant ones. There are 65 amendments that do not have the appropriate data sources with them attached, maps and information for, the variety is huge. The letters you've received will let you see the attempts that we've made to kind of comprehensively give you back our feedback outside of this 2-minute application of time. But certainly the sources of these amendments need to be clearly identified, not a one-word phrase. administration. The APD coming forward to talk to the capacity for walls to be much better community protections. There are policies out there that talk to things that we can do to enhance the protections of our cities, and they include not higher walls.
Thank you, Ms. Neff.
Jim Strozier, followed by Michael Voorhees.
Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Jim Strozier, principal with Consensus Planning, and I want to join PNM in support of Amendment A6 and thanking Councilor Baca for your support of this amendment, your sponsorship, City Planning and Council Services for convening the stakeholders to discuss appropriate regulations for battery storage systems. On behalf of my client, Plus Power, I want to say thank you and urge your support for this amendment. It will make a positive difference in our community's energy future. Thank you for that. In addition, I echo the support for Amendment 5 and opportunities to increase our housing supply. Thank you very much.
Michael Voorhees, followed by Renee Horvath.
Madam Chair, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Many of the proposed changes we already addressed last year and they were turned down. We've heard a lot of people speaking about permissive duplexes as the key to solving our missing middle housing. And the data just doesn't support it. The Urban Institute came out with an extensive study last year looking at thousands of municipalities that adopted similar upzoning, and the results were the actual costs went up in the middle, largely because it just allowed for speculative out-of-state investment and absentee landlords coming in and decimating neighborhoods. That one doesn't work. There's an absence of causality here in terms of the policies that are being proposed. Does something need to be done to address this? Yes. Is that it? No. We said no last year. Having this kind of a process where we're changing the IDO every year is burdensome to you, it's burdensome to the city. It's an absurd process that no other municipality goes through, and we need to change that. And the last Councilor Lewis proposed amendment to get rid of neighborhood meetings, facilitated meetings before a development, so that we can't provide input that often helps developers do a more suitable, more sustainable, and more successful development would be the height of absurdity. I wrote to each of you based on the court decision earlier this week. I'll speak later as that relates to the Volcano Heights Urban Center. But this whole IDO update process is fraught with problems. It costs the city, and it doesn't meet the goals that it's trying to address. Thank you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Deandra Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Renee Horvath. I live on the west side at 5515 Palomino Drive, and I'm the land use director for Taylor Ranch and West Side Coalition. So we have been following these IDO amendments ever since they started. It's a difficult process. Too many, like you've heard at one time, but our main job is to look at these zoning amendments. And if we're not supportive, it's mainly because zoning is trying to preserve and maintain the quality of life of Albuquerque and our unique character, because we have a lot of unique neighborhoods, people invested in their homes, and a lot of times we promote maintaining conditional use. This allows people to go through a hearing. So if somebody wants to do a duplex, they can go through the hearing and the neighbors can say, well, I do have concerns, I have concerns about privacy, I have concerns about, solar access, and to address them. And so that's a good process to address these issues. So that's why we should, not just give it permissive, but allow the nearby neighbors that have invested in R1 zoning to be able to express any concerns they have. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't get approved, but it addresses those concerns. Then the other, as mentioned by Mr. Voorhees and Jane Beckley, is the application meetings. We really appreciate those facilitated meetings. They really help us understand what the development proposal is and be prepared for the hearings. And those conversations are recorded so that they're in the packet for the decision makers to hear the concerns. And also, I just have a concern about A2, the buffer requirement, because buffers are really important, and I'm not sure why we're wanting to reduce the buffer requirements. And so there's a lot of conflicts. If you don't have enough buffer, those buffers protect you. So I'm not sure why it's being proposed, and these just came out Friday, and so we're trying to understand all the reasoning for all these amendments. So I have more, but thank you.
Thank you.
Deandra Lopez, followed by Jim Desjardins.
Madam Chair Bassan, members of the committee, good evening. My name is Deandra Lopez, and I'm the local government manager for PNM, serving the greater Albuquerque metro area. In addition to my colleague Mr. Brito's earlier comments regarding Amendment A6, PNM would like to thank and acknowledge the planning staff, Councilor Feeblecorn, former Councilor Davis, and Councilor Baca for working with PNM to address our concerns and help draft an amendment we can mostly agree with, other than what Mr. Brito has brought to your attention. Energy storage systems, or ESS, is an emerging technology. It is very important that we collaborate, as this is crucial to our clean energy future and modernizing the electric grid. Again, thank you for working with us on this amendment.
Jim Desjardins, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jim Desjardins. I'm the Executive Director of the Renewable Energy Industries Association of New Mexico. A lot of folks call us by our acronym REIA. We have 60-plus diverse members. We've been around since 2004, and our mission is to support, promote, and advance the transition to renewable energy in New Mexico. Many of our members have been involved in the Albuquerque Energy Council. We were involved in this chamber a number of years ago to advocate for the 25% solar by 2025, which has been very successful, and many of our members were involved in that. REIA has been very supportive of the transition to clean energy, and we want to emphasize that to get to 100% clean energy and to be consistent with the city goals, we're going to need to have solar and wind, and what that's going to require, because those are variable resources, is going to require energy storage. And what energy storage allows us to do is when supply exceeds demand, we can store that excess energy. And when demand exceeds supply, think on a real hot day in June, we can dispatch that energy on demand. And that's a very critical component of what we need to do. It's sort of like when you have a refrigerator. When you have excess food, you put it in the fridge. When you're hungry, you take it out. It's pretty much that simple. Well, right now, we are concerned that there was a proposal that would have put on, I would say, excessive requirements on energy storage in the city. And it's my understanding that there was an amendment, Amendment A6, that has addressed a lot of those concerns. But we want to emphasize that any type of solution should be compatible with national and international standards. There are standards from the Fire Protection Agency that can address this. And so, again, we hope that we don't have any legislation that's overly prescriptive. Thank you very much for your time.
Andrea Calderon, followed by Mary Beth Thorne on Zoom.
Hello, I've got just one sort of financial comment and more of a personal story. I looked up the average, this is actually in support of the duplex amendments in the IDO. I looked up the cost of, the average cost in the US of changing a single-family home to a duplex, and it looks like it's between $50,000 and $100,000. Currently, the design specs that are, or the designs that are on the planning department's website for the 4 different types of ADUs that they're sort of providing the public, the cost for building those are between $100,000 and $150,000. So I just want to state that, you know, in terms of financial access to creating more housing for residents in Albuquerque, it's more financially viable for a person who owns a single-family home to change it into a duplex versus building an ADU on their property. It's my first statement. My other one is a little bit more personal. So I grew up in a townhouse in a place where I was surrounded by single-family homes. We shared both walls with our neighbors. It really helped with heating and cooling costs, reducing those for my parents. And my mom, you know, I'm a first-generation immigrant. I moved here from Bolivia when I was almost 5. And my mom, who was a chemist back home, could only work as a manicurist in the States. And my dad was putting himself through school for computer science, but he like worked, you know, a hotel job like while he did that. So my parents, you know, we grew up in a very I grew up in a working class family. But what was really great is that I grew up in an environment that my neighbors' parents were doctors, my other neighbors' parents were professors at a university. You know, I grew up in an environment where I had access to seeing that kind of, like those adults that were in those fields. Do you mind if I just like finish for, okay. What's beautiful about duplexes is that they allow children to actually be in environments that are mixed, right? Same with multifamily homes. And as Raj Chetty says, who's a prominent economist at Harvard, social capital is the key to economic mobility. And I think that's what all of New Mexicans want, and that's all that we want for our children in the future. So thank you.
Mary Beth Thorne, followed by Patrick Martin.
Good evening. My name is Mary Beth Thorne. I'm the president of Los Griegos Neighborhood Association, and I want to thank Councilor Baca for introducing IDO Amendment A4. Our neighborhood association strongly supports the proposed IDO amendment to limit the size and scope of cottage developments. We also recommend that the amendment honor the original IDO size limit of 2 acres or less for a cottage development. Cottage developments are intended to be small, discrete, infill communities. In the words of Ross Chapin, who's an architect and developer and author of a book called Pocket Neighborhoods, which is a book about cottage developments, a pocket neighborhood is not the wider neighborhood of several hundred households connected by an impersonal network of roads, but a close-knit realm of dozen or so neighbors who interact on a daily basis around a shared garden, quiet street, or an alley. Under the current IDO, multiple cottage developments can be built back to back, creating large, dense areas of housing with the potential to negatively impact traffic and neighborhood character. Such a development is happening in Los Griegos, 90 homes on 10 acres. Please amend the IDO to prevent this type of development in other Albuquerque neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Patrick Martin, followed by Meredith Paxton.
Thank you, Council. I want to clarify that I am speaking on behalf. But I do want to point out that duplexes allow for qualities that I expect my neighbors do want. I want more people to be allowed, or I want to allow more people to live near my favorite local businesses, you know, Tia B's Walferia, Empire Board Games, Thai Cuisine 2. I want people like LGBT people in unsupportive households, women in states restricting reproductive health, and people outside the US who wish for a better life to be able to call Albuquerque their home without competing with current residents for housing, or at least minimizing that competition. And I also want current residents to be able to move to another location in the city where they want. I want myself to be able to move out of an apartment and into a house someday. I believe that expanding our housing inventory through legalizing duplexes is one of the best ways to achieve these wants. My neighborhood, Nob Hill, has several duplexes in it already, built before zoning codes went into effect in the city. And they look lovely. I urge this committee to support Amendment 5, removing the restrictions currently forbidding the construction of duplexes in most residential areas. Thank you.
Meredith Paxton, followed by Peggy Norton.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. Please do not support A5, the duplex amendment. It would allow conversions of R1 homes in neighborhoods where it would be most detrimental and not in those where the consequences would be more easily accommodated. Allowing the conversions in UCMSPT areas or within 1,320 feet of them would be highly disadvantageous to neighborhoods in the vicinity of the main UNM campus. My neighborhood, Spruce Park, which is located directly across University Boulevard from the campus, as well as close to Route 66, has meticulously maintained irreplaceable historic homes. It is listed on national and state historic registers. It is also diverse. Almost 40% of the area is already dedicated to multifamily housing. Additional densification would have greater negative impact here than in sectors with only single-family homes. As discussed in my letter, these include deterioration of buildings and landscape, loss of social community, intolerable noise, increased crime, parking issues, and environmental change concerns. The change would be contrary to the comprehensive plan. All of this is partly because of it becomes more of a speculative investment, not a home, long-term home. In discussing the concepts of slumming and unslumming, Jane Jacobs concluded that the key link is in a perpetual slum is that too many people move out of it too fast and in the meantime dream of getting out. This is the link that has to be broken if any other efforts at overcoming slums are to be of the least avail. Is it responsible planning to create an environment around the campus that is perceived as a bad part of town, unsafe for students and employees? Please recall that before the disastrous 1969 zoning change to high density, the area directly south of UNM was a much better residential area. Now it is branded apparently indelibly as a student ghetto.
Thank you, Ms. Paxton. Thank you. Your time is up.
And fortunately, I'm finished.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
I am not seeing Peggy Norton in Zoom any longer, so we're going to move to Tyler Jordan. Tyler Jordan, followed by Solomon Johnson.
Hello, my name is Tyler Jordan. I'm in the District 4. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I want to make a financial argument for this Amendment 5 of E13 about duplexes. There are housing is completely unattainable for many in this city, as we've heard many, many times. People just can't afford it. We need to increase the housing stock. This amendment would lower the entry-level housing, cost for entry-level housing, but still retain and increase the value of existing housing in that area. This is a financially sustainable amendment where all of the development would be on the citizens' dime. It will increase wealth in the citizenry of the city, and it's no cost to the city. And what we get from that is an increased tax revenue. Denser communities, without any new maintenance, can be taxed, have a higher tax revenue. And what could we get with that in this city? The free market is something that is supposed to lower prices And, excuse me for a second. Is something that's supposed to lower prices and foster innovation, but we're not doing either of those things. We can't be reining it anymore. We got to throttle it out and give this these kinds of freedoms back to our people to develop with their property what they want to. So in terms of in Albuquerque, this is a very good measured approach along these dense corridors. It's not an all or nothing thing. It lets us dip our toes in the waters we see from the casitas. Last year that not everyone's gone out and made a casita, but it's a slow measured thing that we can see happen over time. And density is already a growth incentive that people do want to live in denser parts, that it does increase the value of the surrounding area, increase the tax revenue. So what would Albuquerque do with that extra money? I see a lot of dilapidated infrastructure, a lot of improvements we could make with that money if we just built in this more traditional way rather than the sprawling way we have in the past couple of years. So please support this amendment on duplexes. Thank you very much.
Solomon Thompson is also not in Zoom any longer, so we're going to move to another person in-house, that is Gary Eister.
Chair, councilors, I'm Gary Eister. I serve on your Environmental Planning Commission. I address you in a personal capacity in strong opposition to Amendment 7. Here's why. Albuquerque wrote its first zoning code in 1959. I wasn't involved. Some people think I look like I was. But that code said that permissive walls in front yards shouldn't be over 3 feet tall. And that's why most of our neighborhoods are welcoming, walkable places where neighbors watch out for one another and public safety providers work unimpeded. The IDO preserves that, and it also provides an option for a taller wall if a property meets any of 3 tests. If it does, the zoning hearing examiner grants a permit. The administration says this is a heavy burden. Actually, it's about 25% of the examiner's workload. For 3 straight years, the administration has proposed taller permissive walls in some variation. For 3 years, they've met overwhelming opposition from the public. And for 3 years, your planning commission has struck the proposal. Amendment A7 would reintroduce it, and our community's quality of life would suffer. Taller walls would degrade welcoming character and walkability, contact and cooperation among neighbors, and makes communities less safe because transparent walls are seldom transparent. They make communities less safe because they diminish eyes on the street, they restrict visibility for police and access for emergency providers. I remember 2 years ago, this was at Lup's. I'm just going to close. Please review the analysis of your planning commission, the overwhelming public opposition, and don't advance Amendment 7. Urban planners are familiar with Jane Jacobs, who wrote The Death and Life of Great American Cities. She said, we can't build safer cities by building private fortresses. Thanks.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
We are going to take a short recess for about 25 minutes, and then we will come back for the presentation and discussion regarding O13. All right, everyone, we are back and ready to roll. If we can get everyone to take their seats, please, that would be fabulous. Please. We took a recess, but we were on O13, the adopting citywide text amendments to the integrated development ordinance, section 14 through 16 for the 2023 IDO annual update. We have had a discussion, we had, public comment so far through this period of time. And now we are going to move on to our presentation. Mr. Cox.
Chair, Commission, thank you, or Chair, Councilors. Today I am going to go through the IDO annual update process, the engagement that happened in the meetings, and really just focus on the amendments that were proposed last Friday and that we're talking about tonight. So the IDO annual update process, generally the planning department goes through the typical required notifications for neighborhood associations, coalitions, legal ad in the ABQ Journal. They have a constantly updated website dedicated to the IDO annual update. Email notice was sent to approximately 9,500 subscribers to the ABC to Z website. Pre-submittal meetings were held. Post-EPC submittal meeting was held. And 2 publicly noticed EPC meetings were held. And tonight we are at the LUPS committee. Move through. So the first amendment being proposed tonight, A1, animal welfare. This amendment would add the Animal Welfare Department as a commenting agency on any development application that is dealing with animal keeping. And so I think the big focus there is that it does require a development application to trigger animal welfare to provide comment. I am here for any questions if y'all have any.
Councilors, any questions regarding Amendment A1? All right, we'll move on then.
All right, A2, areas of change and consistency. Between areas of change that are shown in orange here and areas of consistency shown in yellow, we have a proposed buffer for developments that happen on areas of change properties that are adjacent to areas of consistency. This proposal is meant to address a concern when alleyways are in the picture, basically, in that alleyways already provide a physical buffer between 2 properties, and so requiring an extra 15-foot buffer onto the area of change development would just take away buildable land when there's already a provided permanent buffer. Councilors, do y'all have any questions?
Councilors, questions, comments? A brief presentation, Mr. Cox. Okay, moving on to A3.
I will try and slow down.
No. Don't confuse that.
Yeah, fair play. Amendment 3, boat and RV parking. At EPC, EPC did approve an amendment within their red line version that would remove boat and RV parking in the front yards of residential properties. This amendment reverses that and would allow for, or go back to the existing IDO language allowing for boat and RV parking in the front yard of low density residential districts. Questions, councilors?
Questions, councilors, comments? I will say, since I'm the sponsor of this one, and I had talked to Councilor Grau earlier today about it, and I just want to make sure to explain from my perspective, I think that sometimes, many times, when there's a boat or an RV in someone's front yard, it can be tacky. I get that. I'm not saying it's not, but when you own a home, when you own property, when you rent a home, when you're paying for that, I also don't think that it's fair that we put that onus on the property owner or the tenant to say, okay, well, now you need to either park it on the side or go pay for additional storage. And so I think that, you know, I don't want to infringe that, although I'm not saying I think it's beautiful. There's other things that I think are not beautiful in Albuquerque either, but that is my intention with this, is I don't want to impose that on private property owners when they also may or may not have a boat and or RV. They should be able to have it at their property if that's the case, within the parameters that code enforcement makes sure that we have throughout our policies, where they can't block a sidewalk, or they can't be in the neighbor's yard, or they can't be, you know, where they have flat tires. There's lots of different things that go with that. But for those of you watching, that is my justification, and you can come back to me with whether or not you agree or don't agree. And part of what we're doing here is having a discussion, even though it's very minimal tonight, apparently. Mr. Cox.
Oh, I have one.
Hold on, Mr. Cox. Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought of this. Can you have, is it right now, can we have an RV and a boat in my driveway? Is it permissible? So I can have both in my driveway and my car?
I see Ms. Schultz here. I don't know if that would be a good person. COO Montoya, if you want us to.
Madam Chair, either, or, you know, that's fine.
Or if you want to answer.
No.
Okay, okay.
You will not get the answer that you want from me, so.
Or maybe we will.
I don't.
Depends on how you feel about it.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've learned my lesson about nodding from the audience now. Yes, as long as you can meet the requirements of the IDO, you could have as many RVs, boats, trailers parked in your front yard, as long as they're within the existing parameters of the regulations.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Councilor Champagne.
Before you sit down, ma'am. You nodded. So, Councilor Grout, did you ask in your yard or in the driveway?
In the driveway.
Okay.
And I guess.
Well, the only reason is because I also know that I think there's a regulation stating that the boat or the trailer, the tongue has to be so many feet away from the sidewalk towards in your property, so the tongue can't hang over, or I think it's like 3 feet from the sidewalk, so.
Ms. Schultz.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, there's a regulation in the IDO, I don't have my book in front of me, that talks about distance from the face of the curb. That way, for the reasons you explained, the vehicle is not extending into the sidewalk, blocking public right-of-way, et cetera.
Mr. Cox, do you have anything to add to that? I shouldn't have skipped over you, my apologies.
Chair, councilors, Shanna, Ms. Schultz is a veteran, so I trust her, yeah.
Any other discussion, questions? Councilor Grout?
I have a follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. They have to be perpendicular in the driveway or in a improved area, correct?
Chair, councilor is correct. The exact language is outside on a front yard with the unit perpendicular to the front curb and the body of the recreational vehicle at least 11 feet from the face of the curb.
Okay. But you can have an RV, a boat, 2 cars, as long as, 3 cars.
As long as they're within the proper parameters and
Okay.
distance from the curb and the sidewalk and not infringing on that and other. So, I mean, I do think there's limits there, because even though, I mean, thank you, Ms. Schultz. I do think that there is that point at which, you know, a property is only so big. You can't have 6 RVs or boats or, you know, I mean, you can't have all of that. In which case, I also would be curious what AP thinks about that, if there's a property that has that. But that'll be another conversation for another day. This is what I was hoping with dialogue and conversation. Thank you. So we will move on to A4 now.
Chair, councilors, A4 cottage development maximum. So at EPC, the EPC recommended a change in maximum cottage development size to go from 2 acres to 5 acres. This amendment would change that change to 5 acres back to 3 acres. So essentially kind of meeting in the middle of the 2 to 5. The other part of this amendment really tackles the traffic impact analysis or traffic impacts on local streets in regards to cottage development. And so if this amendment was approved, you could only have 2 cottage developments that are adjacent to each other on local streets. If they are not adjacent to each other, they have to be buffered by 330 feet, again, on a local street. So arterials, collectors, anything that actually truly moves traffic for commuting purposes, marketing purposes, whatever, would not be your local street. It is most likely the one you go home to every day. The outlier part being, though, is that if the cottage development is within the use or urban center, Main Street, premium transit, or major transit corridors, or a quarter mile within those areas, this amendment does not apply.
And Mr. Cox, that's also because, yeah, I beat you to it. That's also because those are busier streets. They're not more residential where we want to keep them quiet.
Chair, Councilor, you are correct. Those streets tend to have higher traffic counts and can kind of take a larger traffic impact.
Councilors, questions, comments? Councilor Baca, and then Champagne.
Yeah, just a quick comment. This really was trying to strike that balance, especially here in D2 where we have historic neighborhoods, to protect them, protect that the traffic and the impacts, while simultaneously allowing for infill, especially along some of these busier streets, Rio Grande, Central, and so forth. So this is just a nice, I thought, and speaking with a lot of community members, striking that balance of bringing in more housing, affordable housing, while also, allowing for infill development.
Councilor Champagne.
Just a quick question. Is there a limit to the amount that can be put on the 3 acres? As far as the cottages, is there a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 500, or some are, just throwing numbers out, but.
Chair, Councilor, the cottage development has many regulations, and so there are a lot of design standards that regulate how many units you can go on there. One easy kind of size requirement that we have is if you were to put a single family house on an acre, whatever the largest single family house you can have, the gross floor area, you cannot go past that within the cottage development. So if you have a 5,000 square foot house, you can only have 5,000 square feet of cottages on your property.
Any other
yeah,
elaborations, questions, comments? Mr. Cox, A5.
Chair, Councilors, A5 is regarding duplexes within UC MSPT, and for everyone, that is urban centers, main streets, and premium transit areas, as can be seen on the map. I apologize for the graphic. The black circles are a bit hard to delineate, but those are our art stations here in the city. And so what this would allow is within R1 districts, within the buffers shown on this map, you could have, or duplexes would be permissive if they are being added, if a unit is being added to an already existing structure. So if you have a house and you want to do an extension for an extra unit, that would be permissive within the R1 area. If you have a vacant lot and you want to do a duplex and it's just a brand new construction, you would have to go through a conditional use process to, just go through neighborhood engagement and the proper committees that you need for decision making. On top of that, to combat some of the concerns we heard last year during Housing Forward, if you had a duplex on your property, you cannot add a casita onto your property, or an ADU, mother-in-law suite, what have you, and vice versa. So if you have a house with a casita on it already, you cannot make a duplex out of the house. So essentially avoiding 3 units within the R1 zone district. Part of this amendment is also some design requirements. Basically, a design requirement that looks at activating street frontage by requiring at least 1 window and 1 door to be on the street-facing facade. So at least 1 entrance to one of the units of the duplex would have to be street-facing. Question?
Councilor Grow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How is this area decided upon?
Chair, councilors, urban centers, main streets, and premium transit are part of our comprehensive plan. So premium transits are really dedicated towards places where you have very frequent public transit. That's why ART is the main premium transit we have in the IDO. We have others that we hope to get to that regulation, but we have not seen art-type infrastructure included, such as Paseo in the Northwest. Main streets are dedicated to places that we've seen historical Main Street type development, and so small retail, pedestrian-oriented patterns, ones that you can walk to amenities from your home if you so choose. Urban centers are nodes, but of a similar definition to Main Streets. So creating an urban environment that is walkable and basically you never have to go 10 minutes from your house if you live within an urban center.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox, I have a question about where, and you probably said this, but then I'm reading it and now. So in R1A, this use is allowed on 2 lots where the building straddles a common lot line.
Correct.
So I would have to own 2 lots and my house would have to be built right on the line? What am I missing there?
Right. Understood on the confusion. So R1A, this regulation is within the IDO based on the common lot size that we see within the R1A area. That is generally a pretty narrow lot that you typically find in the historic areas of our city. And so by that, basically, because they are narrow lots, you would want 1 unit on each lot, with the lot line being down that party wall of the duplex.
But truly, the lot line would be something that if I were to otherwise sell my property, I could sell it to 2 potential owners?
Chair, Counselor, correct. You could do that, or you could condo it out.
So, Mr. Cox, what happens if I build a duplex on that shared common lot line and then someday want to sell my property to 2 different owners, but there's 1 connected dwelling on it now?
Chair, Counselor, I would have to look at our townhome definition, but I would assume it would be treated similarly to a townhome.
I would appreciate follow-up with me later on this because that is something that just fell into place as I read through it now.
Totally.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out this is very different than what we tried last year in the original Housing Forward. And so I think Councilor Feeblecorn has been very considerate about taking all of those and trying to draft something that kind of meets those concerns. And I think that this, I think it went to EPC and we're allowing them in corridors that really need the density, I think, the most. And so I just wanted to point that out, that this is very different from Housing Forward and really trying to compromise with what we heard last year. Thank you.
Anything else, counselors? Thank you. All right, we'll move on to A6.
Chair, counselors, I'm going to go through this as best as possible, but there is a likelihood that I call my colleagues from planning to help me out a bit on this one. And so this is an amendment to include energy storage systems within our IDO. So we already have substations that are permissive about everywhere within the city, and this is adding basically the energy storage side of those to the code. The main things to look at outside of where they are allowed is the design requirements that that are coming forward in this amendment. For an energy storage system or battery, big battery, you have to have a minimum 8-foot wall surrounding it, or you could go between 8 to 12 feet, with the 12-foot being the maximum wall size around these storage systems. On top of that, you have to have a 10-foot landscaping buffer outside of that wall that includes different distancing for trees and shrubs, and essentially just adding some aesthetic aspects to it, as well as just increasing our greenery within the city. The storage systems would be permissive within all districts, but within residential zone districts, you would have a maximum size of 1 acre. You could not go above 1 acre if it's within a R1 or RT zone district. On top of that, it is an accessory use within the NRSU or NRPO, which are industrial zone districts, more or less, and the idea being that, well, I will ask planning, but I believe it's based on the size of the lots you see and these uses needing energy storage generally. Questions?
Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. Has the fire marshal reviewed these plans for energy storage?
I will look to my colleague, Michael Voss, for that.
Hello, Chair and committee members. Michael Voss, Principal Planner in the Planning Department, working with our regulatory team. We have had meetings with the fire marshal about these facilities, and you all as counselors at the end of January just adopted the 2021 International Fire Code. Within that fire code, there's an entire chapter or section on the regulation of these energy storage systems. So our fire marshal and the fire codes are all up to date and ready for this type of a use.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. These batteries require a 10-foot setback from all property lines. Is this considered a defensible buffer for firefighting?
Chair and Councilor Grout, 10 foot is the typical separation requirement in the fire codes for these types of uses and basically any sort of use for defensible spaces.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a few more questions. It also requires a block wall. Is the wall intended for aesthetic or for fire suppression?
Chair and Councilor Grout, the wall is intended to, for aesthetic reasons, to block the view of these, what are sort of industrial-looking shipping container-sized batteries. And then aesthetically, outside of the wall, we're requiring the trees to sort of, so it's not just a plain wall.
Okay, thank you.
And I will add, PNM was here speaking. They also requested the 12-foot maximum wall height because they use that for security purposes at their facilities.
Understand. How far can DC power travel?
Sorry, Counselor.
How far can DC power travel?
Chair, Counselors, I was hoping PNM may be here for those type questions.
Chair and Councilor Grout, PNM gave me a little bit of a cheat sheet on what the information that they have about power, but that is not in it. So we'll have to look into that.
I bet you'll get that answer for us.
Counselor Grout, and Mr. Voss, can you just make sure that in a month, when we really talk about these and vote on them, that we have that answer?
Yeah.
Please and thank you.
Yes, I think that's important to know. How close to a neighborhood should a storage facility be to be useful for that neighborhood? That kind of goes with my other question.
Chair and Councilor Grout will have to look into that more specifically. But in general, talking to the different stakeholders and the experts, these facilities need to be close to the distribution network, so accessible to the power lines that then feed our neighborhoods.
Understand. And then where is battery storage needed more? In residential neighborhoods or in the industrial users?
Chair and Councilor Grout, I think the answer from the experts will be it's needed everywhere. The facilities that we have seen applications for, Mr. Strozier has a client who's looking at a site. There's another one that's working through our application processes right now that are industrial scaled, and that's where they're looking right now. I can't speak for PNM and where they're looking.
Thank you. Thank you for this information. I understand the need for this, and I understand being proactive, and I think that's a good thing. But I'm also concerned about what they look like, and in a neighborhood. You know, it's not a pretty sight. And I've also seen facilities that look like a house, and you would have no idea that it was even a storage or a energy source. You would have no idea. And I think that's my thought. If we're going to bring these into the neighborhoods, they need to look like the neighborhood. They need to be the character of the neighborhood. And one neighborhood will look different than a neighborhood over there. So there's not a one size fits all and a one look size all But I'd hate for one of those to be built next to my house, looking like that. That wouldn't be cool. So I think that we need to consider the aesthetics a lot when we're building these. Again, I see the need for them, and I like being proactive, but I think we need to have some kind of design to make, to look better in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, we were at a couple of colleagues were at a session for global leadership. Derek Kitchen, Senior Vice President of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs, was here. And he mentioned, after my colleagues left, a little bit about national security tied to ESS systems, or the emergency storage systems. And you mentioned PNM wanted the 12-foot walls for safety. What other safety measures are we thinking about to protect? Because he's sending me a bunch of information about what we should be thinking about, but has our team already taken that into consideration? Because he said that that's a big homeland security hot button for them right now. And so I didn't read anything about that in any of the documents we got.
Chair Commission, in conversations with PNM, they have alluded to using video cameras in some of their facility. But other than that, I don't think we've dove too deep into the security design that they typically include. And so we can see or ask them as well about that.
Thank you. I think, Madam Chair and Councilors, I think that's something we've absolutely, especially just yesterday hearing from the expert in our nation about this, that we need to be thinking about national security for these, including, he mentioned things like advertising the zoning locations where these are going to be, which we're doing. He talked about a lot of safety measures, and I didn't see that, so I'm really concerned and would like us to consider that very heavily, and I will be happy to forward the information that he sent.
Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions. The containers, what size are they? 40 foot, 20 foot?
Chair and Councilor Champagne, the maximum size for each container and this is a fire code regulation, is 53 foot long by like 8 by 9.5. It's typical sort of truck length.
Okay. And what are the batteries made of?
The most common battery technology out there is a lithium-ion chemistry. That's changing and improving every day. There's new technologies being researched. And I will note that the chemistry of lithium-ion that they use in these is different than that you find in a Tesla. It doesn't need to be as energy dense, so it's actually a safer chemistry than even what's in a Tesla car.
Okay. Just a few more questions. And how many, I didn't see it, but how many can you put in an acre?
Chair and Councilor Champagne, in an acre, I don't have a number off the top of my head. We can probably figure out based on spacing requirements and everything else what that could look like by May.
So there could be more than one?
There could be more than one, absolutely, within that acre.
Seeing batteries explode, I'm a little concerned that a trailer-sized battery in a residential area is going to be secured by a 12-foot wall, especially when it's more than one. Let alone, how are we going to find an acre in residential areas right now? That's a whole other plan, but I seriously question a 12-foot buffer, a 12-foot wall is going to save us from a explosion of that magnitude, so.
Chair and Councilor Champagne, if I may, in the fire code regulations, these batteries undergo UL testing, explosion testing. There's a lot of testing and fire stuff that's outside of our zoning parameters that these things go through. And so, we were just following best practices when we came up with these rules and what we're presenting here today.
Very cool. Okay, thank you.
And so for Mr. Voss and for our staff as well, to kind of elaborate a little bit on Councilor Rogers' point too, and with the parameters and the requirements for Homeland Security, I'm wondering, are there requirements by Homeland Security? And I don't know if that's how you phrased it, but to me, it's not just recommendations, but have we thought about that? What are we going to do? Or is that, because that doesn't seem like it's laid out in here. And that's something to me that we need to make sure not just to have it in a couple emails, you know, but to make sure that we're really thinking about it. So I look forward to having some of the answers that were to the questions asked tonight, and I totally get that that's again why we're here. I will say that I hear some of my colleagues and I hear some of the conversations that we've had at other meetings about a couple different things when it comes to location. And I do also agree that we shouldn't be necessarily, on one hand, I think we shouldn't be telling everyone where these are going to be. And on the other hand, people should know where they're going to be that live in the community and work in the community. So where's that fine balance? Because where you have the middle of Albuquerque where everything is full of infill, you're not going to have even the possibility of these. So it leads me to believe this is going to go into underserved communities. How far does the power have to go to get to the middle of Albuquerque where we have more infill? What are the answers to that? So I think that that is something that when we look at moving forward with voting on this amendment and moving this forward to full council, those are some big things that I can already see as flags coming up with further conversation that I think are really valid, that we need to be able to answer, whether that's in some kind of limited executive session or not when it comes to some of the details. But I do think that that is something that needs to be where we can make a really much more educated guess, because I don't want to brown out, and I believe that we need more of this sort of idea. But I don't see that the public is going to get behind it fully if all of a sudden they wake up and right across the street is a 12-foot wall, which, for the record, I will say it. It's a little ironic that we're talking about a required 12-foot high wall for these while we have a different amendment for other walls later when it comes to people's private property and their own security and choice too. So I also am not missing that irony in there. Anything further? Okay, moving on to A7. Thank you, Mr. Voss.
Thanks.
Chair, councilors, very timely. A7 is for front yards, walls, and fences. Nice. So this amendment would allow for a 5-foot wall within low-density residential front yards. That wall would have to be transparent or see-through above 3 feet, and it would have to be pushed back to create a 5-foot buffer within the front yard, and that 5-foot buffer would be required to be landscaped under our current residential landscaping standards. There's not much to this amendment. Any questions?
Counselors, questions, comments? Mr. Cox, for those people who are not familiar with all of our extreme discussion and regulation on fencing in Albuquerque, what are the current requirements and parameters for residential homeowners to have a wall on their property?
Chair and councilors, you can have a 3-foot high wall around your front yard without any regulations or permitting process. Yes, and then to go up to...
Mr. Cox, she's
Yes.
hesitant to nod again.
You have to get a building permit. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And yes,
Okay.
that is also what I recall as well, but I do think it's
Yes.
important that for people that aren't familiar with it, that while we're talking about raising this up to a potential for 5 feet with 2 feet visible see-through, but you can still have the 3 foot, so I just think that people need to be clear on that.
Mhm.
Potential change. Councilor Champagne.
Is there a setback rule for currently the 3 foot?
Chair, councilors, yes. You still have to be... No, you don't. Jesus. You don't have to have a
My
setback.
mother would say it had nothing to do with it.
Yes.
Sorry.
So you can
Apologies.
put it, there isn't a 5 foot, so they're adding the 5 foot for a 5-foot wall, correct?
Chair, Councilor Champagne, you are correct. I think this would alleviate some of the concern of creating just walls directly against the sidewalk at human height.
Councilor Rogers.
You go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going back to public comment from some of our law enforcement talking about this makes things safer. Do we have any research or data around that? Because everything I've read about high walls is that actually attracts criminals because they don't want to be seen while they're trying to break into your house. My dad's an ex-law enforcement officer who talked about, sorry, I'm looking at my colleague here, not because you're my dad, but because he's, but everything I always heard him say is it was harder for them patrolling because they couldn't see all the way to the door. My uncle, who's a paramedic firefighter, same thing when they're trying to respond to help a patient. High walls make it harder for them to also see into where they're going and vice versa. So I want to know if these things are rooted in like actual research.
Mr. Cox?
Chair, Councilor Rogers, I can't speak, there is a lot of research around both sides. And I guess,
Ms. Schultz?
I'm not sure how biased I can be on this one, sorry.
Well, and I'm going to take a stab at it before you get here. I think that's also part of the argument of having the transparency above 3 feet as well. It's not that we're talking about a 5-foot cinder block opaque wall. I'm not saying that I am for or against it. I'm just saying that I believe that that's probably part of the argument of that. But now, Ms. Schultz, if you want to chime in.
Madam Chair, committee members, that's exactly what I was going to say. Today, you can have a solid 3-foot wall. Under this amendment, you would be allowed to have a solid 3-foot wall with 2 feet of view fencing. So the concern about not being able to see above that 2 feet hopefully is dismayed by the fact that you would have to be able to see through it.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with that additional 2 feet that you're adding, is it all, like you have a picture up there, is there a certain amount of width that has to be, that can be transparent or that you can see through? Or will it mostly be a brick wall that has a small space that you have to see through?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, there is a definition in the IDO for what view fencing is. Let me navigate to my definition and I can tell you exactly how that is regulated. It has to be at most 25% opaque. So
75% of it.
You have to be able, it has to be visible.
Okay, very good, thank you. And then you mentioned that the wall, the 3-foot wall can be, or the 5-foot wall can be all the way to the curb? So it doesn't have to sit back?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, under today's regulations, the maximum 3-foot wall can be right on the lot line.
Wow.
Under the proposed 5-foot rule, that wall would have to be set 5 feet back, and there are landscaping requirements for what you do within that 5 feet.
Got it, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. I have one more follow-up. It's my understanding that another reason why they want, planning was asking for this, was because they have so many conditional use permits that come for them. And I think that the numbers that we've been told are, you know, I don't know, I want to see fact, that, you know, I want to see real numbers. That, because in a little bit of research that's been done, I don't see the 50% of ZHE caseload is for taller walls. And so I'd really like to see that information, like that data for sure, to support that. Thank you.
Councilor Champagne.
Well, I would have liked for APD to stick around. That would have been nice. I have, when they talked during public comment, it raised up a couple things of how this is safer for people. And, you know, they mentioned it. Where coming from my background, right when they advised that it's safer, I find a 5-foot wall very hard to scale in full uniform when I'm trying to get into a house. I do know that AFD will not break into a house. They call APD and say, you break in because we have a call in there. So to have to scale a 5-foot wall and then kick in a door because someone's having a heart attack is very cumbersome, let alone trying to serve a warrant or anything like this. So I doubt a 5-foot wall, as much as they say it's safer to keep people or safe for people inside, it's just as difficult for public safety to get in there too. So I find it very hard to believe that it's safer to have a 5-foot wall compared to a 3-foot wall. yeah, the access alone is what questions this proposal for me. Is there a reason that, I mean,
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, we can follow up with both AFD and AFR, APD and AFR about that question to get you a response before the May meeting, if that would be helpful.
thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to A8, landscaping applicability.
Chair, councilors, thank you all. The purpose of this one is to require landscaping improvements in more instances. This is really rooted in property improvement more than anything. Right now, to require or to trigger the landscaping requirements under the IDO for parking lots, you have to increase your parking lot by 25 spaces or construct a brand new parking lot with 25 spaces. Then you would trigger the landscaping requirements. This amendment would drop those parking lot spaces from 25 to 20. The other is triggering overall IDO compliancy by, or landscape compliancy by spending at least $500,000 on a redevelopment or reconstruction of a site. We have had issues at the planning department where numbers have not been accurate all the times on building permits, and we sometimes see 499. And so this would drop those numbers from 500,000 to 400,000 to hopefully combat some of that. Here for any questions or comments you may have.
Mr. Cox, I want to just make sure to point out again, just in case I missed it, but for those watching and those wondering, when we're talking about renovations and improvements in this amendment, it is very clear that it says containing, any of this is construction of a new building containing multifamily, mixed use, or non-residential development or an accessory parking structure. We're certainly not trying to pass an amendment that's saying if somebody on a much smaller level tries to do a renovation, all of a sudden they have to improve 20 parking spaces and change some of these parameters. So I want to make sure that's clear for those watching and participating.
Chair, Councilor, you are correct. If you do a $500,000 bathroom renovation, we are not getting you for that. Yeah.
I would like
Yeah,
to invite
hell of a
if that
bathroom.
were the case. I want to see it. Councilors, any questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Moving on to A9.
Chair, councilors, this is A9 for overnight shelters. Basically, in response to being able to spread overnight shelters around the city and not just cluster them in one location, this would make overnight shelters with 10 or less beds permissive in all locations that they are conditional. And so I want to make sure that that's heard, that only in the places that overnight shelters are conditional right now, which means the MXM, MXH, NRC, NRBP, NRLM, and NRGM zone district. This does not get rid of the current distance separation of 1,500 feet between overnight shelters across the city right now. So you can't have an overnight shelter within 1,500 feet of each other. The next larger change in this amendment is that it would prohibit overnight shelters with 50 or more beds. Just would not allow them within the city. That does mean overnight shelters that have 50 or more beds right now would stay. We are not taking them. They are legally non-conforming if this amendment goes through. If overnight shelters are with 10 to 49 beds, they would require a conditional use in the MXM and NRC zone districts. Conditional use for all other zone districts if they would have to have a conditional use if they're within 330 feet of another overnight shelter in all other zone districts. Let me know if you have any questions.
What are the other requirements for an overnight shelter? So I mean, when you have 10 beds or less, then if this is all of a sudden permissive, what is the notification, what is the regulation about making sure that this shelter is operating safely, fairly, properly, all of the above?
Chair, councilors, other than the 1,500 feet in any direction, this use shall be conducted within fully enclosed portions of a building. And then in the MXM zone district, this use shall not exceed 25,000 square feet. I apologize, is that what you
No,
were?
that's okay. I see Mr. Voss here too, if you want to elaborate.
Thanks, Chair and committee members. I would add, all development of any new use in the city of Albuquerque requires you to get a site plan approval. Small ones are likely site plan administrative, but our code enforcement staff would review that site plan for compliance with all the rules that were just stated, as well as the 1,500-foot distance separation and things of that nature.
Okay, so it's not like I could buy a property in one of these zones and all of a sudden throw 10 beds in it and say, have at it.
No, you could not.
Just making sure to be very clear. Okay, counselors, any other questions or comments? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As one of the sponsors for this, I just want to point out the 50-plus beds to me is really important, that we don't continue to think we're going to heal folks in crisis by putting 700 people in a spot together. It's just no research or best practice says that this is a good idea, especially after what I saw at the West Side Shelter this last week. And so I think I would urge support for this specifically, because we just can't continue to do that.
Counselor Champagne and then Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple points of clarification. So if I'm reading this correctly, it can't be 1,500 feet in any direction from another shelter. But this is allowing it within a city block of residential zones? 330 feet is what we're saying is a city block, correct?
Chair, Councilor Champagne, you are correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what does it mean by the shall not exceed 25,000 square feet of gross floor area?
Chair, Councilor, sorry, I took down the IDO. I mean, it is, you basically just can't have a overnight shelter larger than 25,000 square feet. And that is not just beds, but bathrooms, program locations, anything that's under the roof, basically.
Madam Chair, so basically the structure can't be more than 25,000 square feet.
Chair, Councilor, yes. That does include multiple stories. That includes multiple stories. Yeah.
So 4 feet of, 5 feet of 5,000, okay. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Baca.
So, Madam Chair, just really quick, what parts of the city would typically be NRBP or MXH or, areas where it would be permissive?
Chair, Councilor, I am quite fast at making maps, but maybe not that fast, and so I can prepare that for you soon.
Okay, yeah, if we can have that ready for May 15th, that would be great. Any other comments or questions on this one? All right, I think we're moving on to the last one, I think, for this one. So let's go to A10, please.
Chair, Councilor, this is coming from the administration, and it is for the pre-application facilitated meeting. This would eliminate the pre-submittal neighborhood meeting from the IDO. It would replace it with a post-submittal meeting that also includes a set of criteria to be identified by the requesters of that meeting. So the criteria would be if the neighborhood or person, whoever is requesting the meeting, if they are interested in purchasing the land from the applicant, or if they are showing a good faith effort in negotiation to accommodate the proposed development, or if they are open to negotiations on how to lessen the impact of the neighborhood via that development. And so this would be basically up to the planning director to accommodate if that criteria meets their requirement. This also includes the addition where the decision-making body for an application can require a post-submittal meeting as well and identify the criteria listed here. But again, this would fully eliminate the pre-submittal meeting from the IDO.
Councilor Champagne.
Okay. Just for clarification on this, this is basically saying that if I want to build something in a neighborhood, I don't have to let the neighborhood know, to have a neighborhood meeting to discuss it before I buy it and put plans together.
Chair, Councilor Champagne, you would still have to notify the neighborhood under our current notification requirements, which are listed out in a table in this section. What it would eliminate, though, is prior to you submitting the plans, you would not have to go and meet with the neighborhoods.
Unless they want to, unless those people want to say, hey, we can improve this project. But if they want to complain about it or say we don't want it, that's not required.
That wouldn't even be applicable before they submit the plans. They would have to submit the plans, and then you are correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Cox, I see Ms. Schultz and Mr. Voss lining up. Ms. Schultz, if you want to add something?
Madam Chair, thank you for the time. I'd like to clarify that this is only about the pre-submittal facilitated meeting, which is required to be facilitated through the city's Office of Alternative Dispute Resolution. You'll read in the explanation that this request came from that office, and we do have Tyson Hummel here, who organizes these meetings. It's his staff who facilitates these meetings, and if you wanted some context on why this amendment came forward, I would invite Mr. Hummel up here to tell you a little bit more.
I would be happy to hear from you, Mr. Hummel. I wouldn't want to leave Ms. Schultz without a response to that.
Madam Chair, councilors, my name is Tyson Hummel. I'm an assistant city attorney, and I've been managing the ADR office since 2013, so about 11 years. It gives me the comparative benefit of being able to contrast pre-IDO land use facilitation versus post-IDO land use facilitation. Before 2018, pre-submittal meetings did not exist. Applicants would submit their hard proposal, firm, with detail that could be verifiable and that they would be held to, and the community could engage with them, ask questions, voice concerns. We could look for middle ground in order for people to compromise and come to consensus on things. That's still available. After an application is submitted, anyone in the community can request the facilitated meeting, but they have to have a reason to do it. What we've seen happen over the course of time since the pre-submittal meetings have been invoked is that we've seen a marked decrease in us being able to exercise our core competency and provide value to the community through these facilitated meetings. Pre-submittal meetings tend to be far more contentious. They tend to be based on phantom fears instead of true realities. And the trust between the negotiating parties and respective stakeholders is diminished because the actual metal has not yet hit the meat. The application has not been perfected and submitted. Once that happens, we are able to achieve much better collaborative solution finding services. We are able to provide a lot more benefit, and it's my personal and professional passion to do so. I just really want to emphasize that this change would provide more value in the services we provide and eliminate some of the less productive, less efficient, and less beneficial aspects of the pre-application meeting. That's the entirety of our purpose.
Councilor Champagne.
So the process now is that The community gets to have their discussion, whether it's good or bad, or up or down, whatever it may be, their opinion of a potential project going into their neighborhood before that company can, or that developer can submit the application, correct?
If it is requested by the community or by some other
Yeah.
entity. But as it stands now, Counselor, and I apologize for interrupting.
No, you're good. It's a discussion.
Anyone can request it at this
Okay.
time, for any reason.
So that you're proposing the change would make it easier to adjust an application after submittal and discussion? So
Well,
you can change the application after you've already submitted it?
well, yes, I am proposing that the parameters of what's being applied for and the conditions under which the development would proceed can be amended after the application is submitted. But we have more fertile ground for collaborative solution finding because it's a well-defined playing field and because the decision makers themselves will have a voice in trying to set a reasonable universe for this discussion to take place. What is up for negotiation? What is flexible? Is this going to get passed despite community objection? If it is, how does that sit with them? The pre-submittal phase really consists of, and I can just go over a typical meeting. It's just a very brief, synopsis. PowerPoint takes 5 to 7 minutes. And then we have some discussion over like what the potential concerns would be. But there's not a lot of negotiative activity where people are saying, with regard to this particular component of this, and the defined parameters, we would request something different, and there'd be an exchange there. It doesn't take place. It's a matter of ripeness. I don't want to provide less collaborative solution finding. I just want the efforts that we undertake to be high value and really, really ripe for the conversation that needs to be had.
And you don't find that in discussions
Not in pre-submittal.
beforehand, that they could change their application before?
If I may, real quick.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I like to try to really simplify things in my head. It's my understanding that for a pre-submittal process, essentially there's a meeting and a facilitated meeting based off of a brainstorm versus facilitated meeting after an actual complete application has been submitted. So that way people can see what's on the complete application and then negotiate and discuss afterwards.
Yes,
So
Madam
to
Chair.
me, the pre-submittal meeting, again, is off of more of a brainstorm, which could change by the time whomever is going to submit that application.
That is correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, I like to try to keep it simple, but don't go too far. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hummel. Who facilitates these meetings?
Councilor Rogers, we retain a contract team of third-party neutrals. They're specialized and preeminent in their field, and they have hundreds and hundreds of hours of experience in order to be considered for our team. I also conduct some of the meetings myself when we have constrained resources and shortages in personnel.
I've received some feedback that maybe potentially that there's not a lot of negotiation or great outcomes out of these pre-submittals is how we are facilitating those meetings. And so are these meetings recorded?
They are recorded.
Could we get some samples of those to watch, also you and our contractor facilitating some of these meetings?
I would be happy to.
And then a couple follow-up questions. Just for the record, I am never in support of taking away community voice at any part of the process, period. So I will not be supporting this regardless, because I just never will I vote to take away community voice, ever. But I am interested in how we can get better at these facilitated meetings, so I would love to watch those, just to learn a little bit of how we're doing them.
Councilor Rogers, I would not take community voice away either. I just want it to be elicited and extracted in a way that is at its prime, ripe procedural stage.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything further, Counselor Grout? No. Okay, so I think, I'm trying to see because I think we're good. Thank you, Mr. Hummel. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Thank you, unless Mr. Voss has more to add, but hopefully that was, I thought it was a good dialogue. So the next thing on here, I think, is actually for later in the packet. So let me just take a moment. I know. Making sure, because in the packet, there's still another one, but I think it's
At the very end.
yeah. Okay, so with that, with our robust conversation, or at least our beginning conversation, I am going to move deferral of O13 to May 15th. There is a second by Councilors Grout and Champagne. Councilors, those in favor of a deferral, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, that is passing. We're going to move on to item E is O11. I am going to move O11 for Councilor Lewis by request. And again, my intention is to move this bill with the intention of deferring it so that we can end up discussing it again on May 15th. Part of the process is that if there's a counselor not present at a meeting, then the chair or a different counselor will have to make that motion on their behalf. It's not expressing my support or denial of anything moving forward. So O11 is adopting a small area text amendment to the Integrated Development Ordinance for the Volcano Heights Urban Center to allow drive-throughs in mixed-use zone districts. I would like to move without recommendation.
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Grout. We're going to go to comment first. I have a whole process here. Hang on, never mind. I got into my other bill, so now I'm wrapping my head around it. O2411 is quasi-judicial, which requires special procedures to allow the applicant, staff, and the public the opportunity to speak. This agenda item will proceed as follows. Council planning staff will have a presentation of 5 minutes. Then there will be testimony by public speakers, 2 minutes each, if they signed up in advance. There is supposed to be a rebuttal by the applicant, but we have no applicant, and there's then a cross-examination, but that will not be applicable because of the no applicant. Then we'll have comments by the planning department, if any, for 5 minutes, and then council planning staff is allowed any closing remarks for another 5 minutes. City staff, members of the public, and if we did have an applicant, must be sworn in. If you will be speaking to this item as a staff member or member of the public, please raise your right hand. See some, thank you. Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true? Okay, sounds good, thank you very much. Mr. Cox, will you please begin with your introduction?
Chair, councilors. O2411. The Volcano Heights Urban Center lies in the northwest part of town. And as mentioned before in another item, urban centers are generally places where we designate places that we hope to promote a walkable environment and one that is focused on urban landforms and patterns. This is a pretty short and simple amendment, but within the IDO now, it prohibits the use of drive-through development restaurants within the MX zones of this urban center. And so, as you can see in the graphic, there the MXH and MXM and the darker pink and brown is where these drive-throughs would be prohibited. At the EPC hearing, EPC recommended denial of this because it did not further policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. Public comment, there was multiple members of the public that commented on this. We had people in opposition and for opposition kind of mirrored the EPC's recommendation that it did not further the comp plan policies and goals. And the public comment for the proposal, they mentioned how it would be nice to have more amenities in their neighborhood. That is the amendment in total, and so I am here for any questions if you would have any.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. We're going to move on to testimony by public speakers. Mr. Cornelius, if you'll begin with the public speakers that we have here that we've already sworn in, and then when we move to the Zoom speakers, we'll need to swear them in before they go ahead and speak.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, we have Patricia Wilson, followed by Michael Voorhees.
Madam Chair and councilors, a quote from the city's website. The ABC Comprehensive Plan was updated in April 2017 following a 2-year planning effort to reconform the existing centers and corridors vision for the community growth and identify priority areas to protect and enhance, such as the city's diverse and vibrant neighborhoods and unparalleled network of parks, open space, and trails. Adoption of the 2023 update was heard and approved earlier this evening. A plan that is not followed is not a plan, it's just paperwork. The comp plan defines Volcano Heights as one of only 2 urban centers in addition to downtown. That did not change in the update you just approved tonight. Drive-throughs are the antithesis of walkable, pedestrian-oriented places. They are not banned in all of VHUC, only certain zones. The area is currently undeveloped, a blank slate that can evolve into a special place that is a good neighbor to the petroglyphs or become just more Anytown, USA. Don't let that choice be determined by landowners' financial desires over professional planning input. Please support the comp plan, follow the staff and the EPC recommendations of denial. Thank you very much.
Michael Voorhees, followed by Renee Horvath.
Madam Chair and councilors, I wrote to each of you about the recent court decision regarding a similar process sponsored by Dan Lewis last year, which was ruled as unlawful and has been remanded back to the City Council with Councilor Lewis being prohibited from participating in that decision. Now he's doing exactly the same kind of thing in this situation with this proposal. The proposed change to the Volcano Heights Urban Center is improperly sponsored by Councilor Lewis. This is in violation of both the prohibition against donations to individuals and businesses by the city in the New Mexico Constitution by waiving the fees for this proposal and sponsoring all of the council planning that went into trying to convince people to move forward with this. That is an impermissible donation. And it violates Councilor Lewis's duty in the city charter based on the ruling of district court. This is not my interpretation. This already went to a district judge. It's also bad policy and it contradicts the comprehensive plan. And another issue that was not ruled on because they didn't need to was that these kinds of things constitute impermissible spot zoning. So please do not repeat last year's mistake and waste further time and resources of the city pursuing this ill-conceived proposal. Ultimately, the taxpayers are going to have to pay for the city's mistake, paying back for all the time and effort that we had to bring this to the attention that this was not an appropriate way to go. And this one is no better than that one. Thank you.
Mr. Cornelius, before you go, I just want to make sure to let people know that Councilor Baca will be excused for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And next, we have Renee Horvath, followed by Mark Edwards.
Good evening. I'm Renee Horvath, and I live there at in Taylor Ranch, right adjacent to Petroglyph National Monument, and I was involved in helping in the creation of the National Monument. It is a very sensitive area, and the hope was to get sensitive development on the areas that we could not preserve. So that area does have more restrictions than the usual development anywhere in town, and it should be, because this is really a unique volcanic landscape, and it's very special to the Native Americans, and they did not support any development up there. So right now, we are developing, and so we should be more sensitive how we develop it. So you do have this restriction with the drive-throughs to make it more walkable. The other urban centers over there around Louisiana, let's look at Uptown, that's kind of a walkable little shopping area over there. And, but we do need to promote more sensitive design. There are drive-throughs over there in Paradise Hills nearby, down escarpment that people can go to. And it's a developing area. So some of these services are going to be put up there in other parts of the monument that people will have. But if you look at the map, most of the MX zones that prohibit the drive-throughs are right adjacent to the boundaries of the National Monument. There are other areas, the NRBP zones still do allow drive-throughs. But they just placed some restrictions on it. The planner did not support removing those prohibitions, and the EPC agreed, and so did the community. So I want to let you know. Thank you.
Mark Edwards, followed by Nancy Hendricks on Zoom.
I just got my exercise there. I apologize. So I'm Mark Edwards. I'm a longtime resident of Ventana Ranch, which is abutting the Volcano Heights Urban Center. And like other residents in Ventana Ranch and other residential communities in that area, we've endured limited services in our community for quite a long time. Like any other neighborhood community area within the city, we would like to have a sustainable community with plenty of service options within a reasonable distance, preferably walking distance, to do our banking, shopping, eating, entertainment. And to this point, our options are very limited. At the EPC hearing in February, there were a number of residents in support of the bill or the proposal for the text amendment. And so what I would call stakeholders, they have a direct impact on what happens. In all fairness, in the opposition side, there were a few people that were questioning whether they had any kind of direct impact from that, if they were a direct stakeholder, or if they were outside of their area that didn't really apply to them, whether they don't live there or whether they don't work there. So in that current zoning landscape for Volcano Heights, the NRBP does allow drive-throughs, but they're not in walking distance to the existing residential and do not have any infrastructure. By no infrastructure, no storm sewer, no sanitary sewer, no utilities, no walking or bike trails to connect to the existing residential. Therefore, it doesn't, it just seems like it's going to be a lot longer of a time for those drive-throughs or other services to come into that area based upon the lack of infrastructure there. And in an effort to combine, to come to maybe some middle ground, we're hoping that maybe all parties would be mutually beneficial, agreeable. If you don't mind, if I can go just a little bit longer, this is important. To come to some kind of middle ground that may be beneficial, to modify maybe even the proposed amendment to affect mixed-use zoning, maybe west of Unser, therefore keeping everything east of Unser intact without impacting the petroglyph, because the petroglyph's on that very east end of the property. So I did provide written comments to you guys as well, so if you guys can please take a look at those as well.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Nancy Hendricks, followed by Mariah Edwards.
Ms. Hendricks, if you will please raise your hand, and do you swear that everything you're about to say do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and councilors, thank you for this opportunity to provide comment.
and I'm glad I can do it from home. I don't know how you keep these hours. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Park Service concerning the proposed change to the IDO, which would remove the Volcano Heights Urban Center prohibition on drive-throughs. We did submit written comments to EPC on February 12, 2024. This is a unique area of Albuquerque situated on the West Mesa, a portion of the Volcano Heights Urban Center east of Unser Boulevard and north of Paseo del Norte is located adjacent to Petroglyph National Monument above Piedras Marcadas Canyon. And I want to make a note that it looked like the map that was provided by the planning department was not, the arrow did not point in the correct location. So I would say that that map was an error. The area of concern is east of Unser and north of Paseo del Norte and above Piedras Marcadas Canyon, which is an amazing cultural and natural area with hundreds of petroglyphs and several miles of trails. This is the area that's particularly concerning to us. As previous speakers noted, Petroglyph is a place of great importance to Indigenous people across the Southwest, the residents of the West Mesa, and the city of Albuquerque, who co-manages the monument with us. We also have visitors from across the United States and around the world. But of interest, our data show that more than 60% of our visitors walk in from the neighborhoods adjacent to the monument. Residents of Albuquerque who appreciate the pedestrian linkages to the communities to our trails. This Volcano Heights Urban Center in the ABC Comp Plan, the purpose that was established by that plan is to protect the area's natural and archaeological resources, including the Petroglyph Monument, significant rock outcroppings, while encouraging urban development to create a vibrant, walkable district with identity, character, and a sense of place, inextricably linked to the volcanic landscape. The allowance for drive-throughs in the subject proposed area would reduce the walkability, affect access to the monument, and degrade the cultural heritage of the West Mesa. I encourage you to deny this small area amendment. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mariah Edwards, followed by Luis Archuleta.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Ms. Edwards, I'm hoping that you will be raising your right hand and do you swear under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
Yes? Do you swear that you'll, under penalty of perjury, that your testimony will be true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't hear you. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
All right. My name is Mariah Edwards. I'm 28 years old. I grew up in Ventana Ranch. I have a mom, dad, brother, and grandmother who all live in the immediate area. And I'm planning to move into one of the surrounding neighborhoods once my lease at my apartment complex ends. I'm in support of lifting the prohibition of drive-through services within mixed-use zone properties in the Volcano Heights Urban Center, as the services are limited in the area. Since COVID, it has been rare to see any type of restaurant without drive-through capabilities, as convenience is the new norm. I just recently saw a Denny's with a drive-through in Rio Rancho the other day, and I believe that in order for the area to grow and adapt to the needs of its residents, this text amendment change or compromise would make a huge and positive difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Luis Archuleta.
Good evening. It's on mute, Ms. Archuleta. You're on mute. And before you begin, Ms. Archuleta, will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. You may proceed.
My name is Luisa Archuleta, and I live in La Escala, a subdivision of Ventana Ranch. Being an elderly person, drive-thrus make my life easier, whether I'm picking up food, doing my banking, picking up prescriptions, and the fact that I don't have to get down at each place I'm running errands to is very helpful and a big relief. I also like the convenience of having different options available to me, and the fact that they are within my neighborhood is very convenient. I am not comfortable venturing too far away from home. I also have many friends within the neighborhood that feel the same way I do with regards to having everything so close. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, unless I'm missing anybody, that's all the signups I had.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Now we are going to entertain comments by the planning department, if there are any. Perfect timing, Mr. Voss. All right, you will have 5 minutes.
I don't think I need 5 minutes, Chair and Councilors. The Planning Department has no comments on this request.
Well, good timing, and you're making it simple. Thank you. All right, we're going to move back to council planning staff to add any closing comments, if any.
Council, or Chair Council, I have none.
Okay, so, counselors, do you have anything to add or ask at this point in time? All right, so then I would like to move a deferral till May 15th.
Second.
There's a second from Counselor Rogers. All counselors in favor of the deferral, please raise your hand and say yes. Yes. All right, that passes on a 4-0. Moving on to agenda item F, this is O12, Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is 24-12, adopting a small area text amendment to the IDO for the Northwest Mesa Escarpment View Protection Overlay, VPO2, requiring referrals of applications to tribal representatives.
And do you have a motion?
I am sorry. I do.
Without recommendation, perhaps?
Without recommendation.
Is there a second? All right, there's a motion for no recommendation and a second from Counselor Grout. This is going to go into another quasi-judicial request, which does still require special procedures. And I'm going to repeat them because it's a new bill. So again, my intention is to defer this bill until the May 15th meeting. So we're not going to be voting on it tonight. But we will allow the applicant, but there is not one, staff and the public the opportunity to speak. And we're going to proceed in the following manner. We will begin with council planning staff, a presentation of no more than 5 minutes, testimony of 2 minutes each by public speakers who will still be sworn in yet again. We're going to skip rebuttal by applicant because there is none, and it's not applicable that there's a cross-examination due to the fact that we don't have an applicant. Then we're going to go to comments by the planning department of no more than 5 minutes, and then council planning staff for a close of 5 minutes if there is any of that. So we will make sure that city staff, members of the public, and the applicant, everyone, you must be sworn in again. So with that, I see that we have at least one person here and several on Zoom. So if you're here to speak, she's already on it. So we have a right hand up. Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true? Thank you. And then when we get to the Zoom speakers, we will do the same. Mr. Cox, if you'll begin your introduction.
Chair, councilors, thank you. This is O2412, VPO2 tribal engagement. And so what this amendment would do would add a new subsection to 141664J that Indian nations, tribes, pueblos, and tribal representatives would be notified and would be a commenting agency for all development applications or all development within the VPO2 boundary. That boundary can be seen in yellow on this map and is generally in the northwest area of town. EPC did recommend denial of the VPO2 amendment, and this was just based on burdensome of the development or developers within this area. On top of this, there is a EPC red line that came over in the EPC red line version to notify Indian nations, tribes, or pueblos and tribal representatives within 660 feet of major public open space, including the Petroglyph National Monument, and then development within 660 feet of tribal land as well. The map shown here is the major public open space. I do not have access to tribal lands. On top of this, applications for archaeological certificates, these would be able to be provided to Indian Nation tribes or pueblos and tribal representatives, or the outcomes of those archaeological studies. I am here for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Ms. Beckley, I believe you're up first, even though I don't mean to take over Mr. Cornelius's job. I don't want it.
Jane Beckley, followed by Samantha Hughes Hobbs on Zoom.
Madam Chair and councilors, the City of Albuquerque website under Equity and Inclusion states, quote, land acknowledgements need to be part of all gatherings, and offers this approved language. The City of Albuquerque acknowledges that Native, Indigenous peoples, and tribal nations have stewarded through time immemorial and a millennium of generations the lands and waterways of what is now the City of Albuquerque. The city also honors and respects the enduring relationship that exists between these people and tribal nations, and goes on to commit to being better stewards of the land. The hypocrisy of refusing to establish tribal nations as commenting agencies in the VPO2, entirely sacred land for Indigenous people, is simply stunning to me. To be clear, commenting agencies receive a referral from the planning department and 15 days to commit comments concurrently for all commenting agencies. This change will neither slow development or privilege tribal nations over landowners. Any statements which claim otherwise are either uninformed by the actual reading of the IDO, disingenuous, or outright lies. The Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association Board and multiple individual Santa Fe Village residents continue to support the proposed amendment to the VPO2. Santa Fe Village is entirely within the VPO2. And in the remaining few seconds, I just want to note that this, on the accepted amendments in 013, is one to name animal welfare agencies as commenting agents. I support that, but surely we can add tribal nations.
Samantha Hughes Hobbs, followed by Nancy Hendricks.
Ms. Hughes Hobbs, thank you for being here. Will you please raise your right hand? And
Yes.
confirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay. I was born and raised in the foothills of the Mesa. First spiritual experience I ever had was on top of that Mesa. That place really is sacred. These stretches of land from the Mesa to the volcanoes and from the Mesa to the water valley. They're beautiful, they're one of a kind, they're indescribably peaceful, and with just the most wholesome ecosystem up there that we barely understand yet, but we can learn a lot from as humans. They learn how to get along with scarce resources. They're brilliant animals. Nobody understands the specialness of this place better than the tribes. They are right. We should listen to them. I add my witness to theirs. This place is sacred, and there is so much to lose by ruining it. A connection to our immediate environment is necessary for healthy human society. Also, humans have an innate international understanding of sacred spaces. It's a cross-cultural, across faiths, fundamental human instinct to understand that some spaces are sacred. Even if they're not sacred to you, they're sacred to others. And it's a fundamental understanding that you respect and preserve sacred spaces, and that to destroy sacred spaces is a degrading act. Talking about what is just to the tribes and to the people of Albuquerque The Mesa is already developed too much. Real justice would be reversing development already done, my neighborhood included. To give that land back, that would be real justice. So I think in comparison to that, it is the barest courtesy to at least give them a heads up when we're about to destroy more land. I've noticed comments about this proposal, against the proposal, talk about slowing down economic, whatever. The EPC's recommendations, they're wrong. Economics is irrelevant, actually, to this proposal. I have so much more to say out of this topic about the land grab that is being done, that the people wanting to develop aggressively on the Mesa do not have our interests at heart. These are investment firms from New York and Canada, and the money that, yes, thank you. Is that my time?
Thank you. Next we have Nancy Hendricks, followed by Kip Brabov.
Ms. Hendricks, welcome back. We're on a new one. Thank you. You're not just waving, right? Do you swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be true?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and councilors. The National Park Service supports the proposed changes related to the citywide tribal engagement. The Northwest Mesa Escarpment contains numerous cultural resources, including a large concentration of petroglyphs, hundreds of archaeological sites, and significant cultural landscapes. In particular, the escarpment area is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. It's nationally significant, internationally significant, and the entire monument area is considered sacred to all 19 pueblos and 10 additional tribes across the Southwest, from as far away as Oklahoma, Arizona, and across New Mexico. The cultural landscape includes the views to and from the monument, from the escarpment to the volcanoes and beyond, and it's an important part of the Northwest Mesa. The National Park Service consistently engages with area tribes and pueblos on proposed and ongoing projects within the monument, and we find their input extremely valuable to help us better protect the monument resources and values. We do not find their input to be restricting us in time. They're responsive, and they provide us with a lot of great comments. Engaging with the tribal governments is important to understand their specific concerns related to development near the monument, to reduce any potentially adverse effects to the cultural and historic sites in the area, and determine the best ways to protect these world-renowned resources. Formally engaging with the people who created and are still connected to these cultural landscapes will help improve the development review processes and will help us all protect the cultural heritage of Albuquerque and the Northwest Mesa area. Thank you for your consideration. Have a good night.
Kip Bobroff, followed by Elizabeth Haley.
Good evening, Mr. Bobroff. Before we get started, will you please raise your right hand, and do you swear under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Kip Bobroff. I'm an attorney representing the Pueblo of Laguna. I want to begin by thanking, as is a Pueblo custom, the people for bringing this forward, supporting this, particularly the city councilors who have supported it. This proposal does not provide everything that the Pueblo of Laguna would like, but it's a good start. I especially want to thank the 19 of the 20 neighborhood associations that supported this. The person who alerted our tribal historical preservation officer at about 2:00 p.m. that this hearing was happening. He was unable to attend, but he asked me, as did the governor and first lieutenant, to express appreciation to the many allies who are supporting this proposal to treat the Pueblos as well as our other agencies treated. As the previous speaker said, it's not much. It's really the minimum that should be expected by a city and being both a good neighbor and respectful of the landowners and cultures and people that it has displaced. On that basis, we will be providing testimony again when this is taken up on the 15th, as there's an opportunity. I would like to thank the city staff, planning staff, for its support of this. But I would note, if you want to see an ex post justification of a EPC action, take a look at the record of the discussion. It really is almost farcical. It's almost a farce, but we appreciate the standards that the city council follows and ask for a fair decision on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bobroff, and I'm glad you noted that we will be hearing this. We're going to defer this bill is the intention, so May 15th, if you want to make sure to pass that on to the others, we will be going through the same process again at that time.
Up next, we have Elizabeth Haley.
Ms. Haley, thank you for joining us tonight. Will you please raise your right hand? And do you swear under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Council Chair and councilors, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Elizabeth Haley. I am the president of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations, and we supported this an initiative from its beginning. We are now 31 members of adjacent neighborhood associations, and specifically, I wanted to bring to the councilors' attention that the courts recently upheld an appeal by Wascona. The appeal concerns a decision of the Albuquerque City Council adopting a text amendment to the City of Albuquerque's Integrated Development Ordinance. The decision of the council has been reversed by the district court and remanded to the council for further proceedings consistent with the court's opinion. The court remanded due to process violations related to quasi-judicial small areas amendments concerning the BPO2. The remanded text amendment amended the West Mesa Escarpment VPO2 to limit the applicability of the height restriction subarea to the area encompassed by the overlay rather than the whole parcel, and would have allowed very, very large buildings with views to and from the Petroglyph National Monument. Wascona has sent comments to support the staff planner's recommendation on the tribal consultation amendment. The Northwest Escarpment DPO2 was created based on the Northwest Escarpment Plan to protect views to and from the Petroglyph National Monument. We support a tribal engagement process using criteria to protect views. And before the remanded amendment, the BPO2 height restriction was a maximum of 15 feet from the natural grade with options for height variance. The overlay restrictions should now be considered to cover the whole parcel as they once did, and for those parcels the overlay passed over. The tribal engagement process should include these long-held protection values concerning the Petroglyph National Monument.
Thank you, Ms. Haley.
And the recognition that attempts to limit these protections have for the moment failed. I think it's very important to clarify what the actual language means in terms of these protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. We are going to move, I believe that's it.
That is it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going to move on to comments by the planning department, up to 5 minutes, if there are any. Planning department is indicating that there are no comments on their position. So planning staff, do we have any additional closing comments?
No comments.
Counselors, any questions, comments to add to any of this right now? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to direct to the administration if we can please get Equity and Inclusion's tribal liaison, Terry Sloan, to make sure he gives notification, and his job is to do that, is to give notification to our tribes and our pueblos of anything on our agendas for their community. And to hear that maybe our planning department might have reached out, but specifically I'm interested in equity and inclusion, our tribal liaison who is contracted to help the planning department with this outreach to make sure that they get an invitation or at least notification that this is happening on May 15th.
Mr. Montoya?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, we will pass that information on to the director and assure you of that.
And on behalf of the planning department, as part of the administration, we've been working with Terry Sloan so we can continue to communicate with him and work on that.
Thank you. I don't see him here. I didn't see him. He's on Zoom. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that would be awesome. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Sloan, are you there? And do you mind joining us virtually for a moment?
Thank you. Thank you, Garrett, for that.
Mr. Sloan,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us. I'm going to ask that you hold up your right hand. And do you swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is going to be true?
I do swear that my testimony will be true.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Sloan, for being here. Can you tell us how you reached out to the tribes about today's agenda item?
We've been actually working with the tribes and apprising them since last year, since we began working on the IDO. We continue to advise the tribes about the upcoming meetings. In fact, last week and this week, I sent information to the All Pueblo Council of Governors about this meeting. And then this morning, I also sent out reminders through some information that the Planning Department, Michaela Renz Whitmore, provided to the tribes that this meeting was happening. And I believe that's probably how the Pueblo of Laguna was reminded that this meeting was happening. And what I do too is when I do sound information to the tribes, I send it directly to the governors for them to hear the information or see the information directly. And generally, most of the time, they do acknowledge receipt of the information. But again, as Mr. Cox had said, we have been actively engaging with the tribes to get them to respond to this IDO process, including the VPO2. And we have gotten responses from Laguna. We have gotten responses from Isleta. We've got acknowledgments from the All Pueblo Council of Governors. There's also interest by the Pueblo of Acoma, and the Pueblo of Sandy has also acknowledged receipt of information, including the Pueblo of Santa Ana.
Wonderful. And going forward, can you copy me on those, or if it's just emails that we're doing, can you copy me on those? I'd like to be kept in the loop on how we're reaching out.
I would love to do that, Counselor.
And Counselor Rogers, I saw that Mr. Bobroff also wanted to chime in, but this is not necessarily the appropriate time for us to go back and forth. Can you make sure that maybe you reach out to Mr. Bobroff and Mr. Sloan? I mean, that way we can get his opinions and comments, but also not compromise the quasi-judicial process.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, counselors, at this time? Counselor Champagne?
Is there recordings or transcripts of the EPC meeting? Can we get a copy of this one, please?
Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, we can get you a transcript of the EPC.
Thank you. I would like to move a deferral of 012 to May 15th. There's a second by Counselor Grout and Rogers. All counselors in favor of the deferral, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Okay, that passes on a 4-0. We're moving on to our last item tonight, 017. This is Counselor Baca's bill. It's by request. He is excused. I am going to introduce it, but that does not mean that I support or do not support it in this process. So because he's not here, a counselor needs to do that. Typically, the chair will do it if they're not around. 017 is adopting a small area text amendment to the Integrated Development Ordinance to require development standards, including building height step-downs landscape buffering, building design, and parking reductions for properties located adjacent to the rail trail. I make a motion without recommendation, and I believe now there's a second from Counselor Grout. This is another quasi-judicial process. I think that most people here are familiar with it. We're going to go through with making sure we swear people in. We're going to have the same kind of presentation where council planning staff has 5 minutes. Public speakers have 2 minutes each. There is an applicant in this process, so they will have a rebuttal opportunity of up to 5 minutes, and that's the MRA. We will have cross-examination by anyone who spoke during public comment with 2 minutes each. Then comments will be heard by the planning department if there are any of up to 5 minutes, and council planning staff has closing comments, if any, up to 5 minutes. We will swear people in just as we did before. I see that there are 3 in-person public speakers. If you are planning to speak on O17, will you please raise your right hand? And it looks like we have 1 here at least, so, oh, there's one over there, thank you. So do you, oh, there you are. Thank you. So with your right hands up, do you swear under penalty of perjury that your testimony will be true? Okay, thank you very much. So we will move on to council planning staff for up to 5 minutes. Mr. Cox.
Chair, councilors, O2417. This is the rail trail small mapped area. You can kind of see a general outline of the rail trail here in the map. Basically sticks around our historic areas west of Broadway, south of I-40, and east of the river. Kind of follows the old rail lines and spurs that we have in this area, as well as other right-of-ways that our MRA department has found. We're going to just go through the red line, blue line version here of the EPC recommendations that came over from the EPC meeting. So the first one, access and connectivity. Basically, if you have a pedestrian walkway on your property and it's adjacent to the rail trail, then you have to have a connection to the rail trail. That connection has to be approved and coordinated through the Parks and Recreation Department. Edge buffer landscaping, I tried to provide a simple graphic that maybe gets it across, but essentially for all new multifamily, mixed use or non-residential development other than industrial development shall provide a landscape edge buffer area at least 5 feet wide and plant at least 1 tree and 3 shrubs every 25 feet along the property line. I will say it doesn't have to be as exact as this graphic is showing, but hopefully it gets the point across. All new industrial development shall provide a landscape edge buffer at least 15 feet wide along the property line abutting the rail trail. For walls and fences, the amendment requires that for multifamily residential development, mixed-use development, residential development other than industrial development, walls in any side or rear yard abutting the rail trail shall meet the requirements in subsection 141657D3D. For industrial development, chain link fencing shall not be allowed on any portion of a site visible from the rail trail. The building height step down, this is saying that if you have, if your property is along the rail trail, within a 20-foot buffer from the rail trail, you can only build up to a height of 48 feet. As soon as you're past that 20-foot buffer, you can go up to whatever the base zoning district is for that area, or if there's an overlay, whatever requires in that space. And so around the rail trail, we do have a number of different character protection overlays, whether that's Sawmill or Santa Barbara, Martinez Town, and Wells Park as well. Now, the second part of that amendment, notwithstanding subsection A, above, a building height step down is not required on properties where 100% of the outdoor seating and gathering areas required by the section above are located abutting the rail trail. So essentially, if you bring all outdoor seating, you have activated the rail trail enough along that piece of property. Now, the building height step down does have some locations where it just is not applicable. And again, we are talking the UC MSPT kind of overlay within the IDO. And so the map you're seeing, the pink is the main streets. and the blue little circles are the premium transit. There is an amendment being sponsored for this one, and it would say, and it basically looks at properties that are along corner or at corners. And so if you are fronting two different streets as well as the rail trail, the building height step down would not be applicable to you. For the building design along the rail trail, any facade facing the rail trail shall meet the requirements in subsection 1416.5 as stated there, which is our typical commercial design requirements. And this is only in the NRLM or NRGM zone districts. The other goes back to outdoor seating requirements. And so under the proposed amendment that was brought over by EPC, at least 50% of the outdoor seating and gathering areas shall be located adjacent to the rail trail. There is an amendment that would bring this 50% down to 25% and require that all outdoor seating be accessible by the rail trail. The last amendment that comes over in this small mapped area is the reduction for parking. And so if you, the minimum number of off-street parking spaces required may be reduced by 10% if the proposed development is located within 330 feet in any direction of any city park or trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we will do public comment of 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, we have Suzanne Lubar, followed by Dave Doyle.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Suzanne Lubar. I'm president of Heritage Real Estate Company. On behalf of Jim Long and Sawmill Bellama Properties, a company undertaking redevelopment projects in the Sawmill District, I'd like to express our support of 017 Amendment 1, sponsored by Councilor Baca. The Rail Trail project will certainly benefit the city of Albuquerque and many mixed-use and commercial properties within the neighborhoods along the trail. It is important to note, however, that there are several neighborhoods along the trail that are designated metropolitan redevelopment areas. Fostering catalytic redevelopment via public-private partnerships is a fundamental tenet of the MRA plans and strategies adopted by the City Council for this area many years ago. The way to incentivize is to help developers redevelop in these blighted areas that are otherwise, frankly, very difficult to finance. And the incentivization comes in a number of different ways. With the proposed rail trail, along with properly incentivized redevelopment in the critical MRA areas, both the residents of Albuquerque and visitors to Albuquerque will be able to bike and walk or stop and have a bite to eat or shop or just simply enjoy the outdoors or even commute to work using the rail trail. However, without catalytic redevelopment, the benefits of the rail trail will be significantly less impactful. Each of Albuquerque's historic neighborhoods along the trail has its own character protection overlay codified in the IDO. And in the Sawmill area, it is CPO 12. Creating additional rail trail regulations for key intersections on top of those already existing in CPO 12 will likely prevent the very redevelopment that the MRA plan would like to see. Councilor Baca's proposed proposed amendment understands that intersections need to be treated a little bit differently because of how difficult they are to develop.
Thank you, Ms. Lubar.
Thank you.
Dave Doyle, followed by Loretta Naranjo Lopez.
Madam Chair, councilors,
My name is Dave Doyle. I'm president of Innovate Construction. I'd like to express our support for O17 Amendment 1, sponsored by Councilor Baca. For the past 39 years, I've had the opportunity to construct many projects located at intersections. These projects are very challenging because sitting at a corner of two streets, the property might have two entrances, one from each street, and the building has to be set back far enough to achieve the clear sight triangle. It is even more difficult when there are additional setbacks and step-down requirements that have to be met due to character protection overlays, such as the Sawmill District CPO 12. With the proposed changes to the IDO along the rail trail corridor, there would essentially now be 3 sets of step-back and step-down requirements. All of these step-backs and step-down requirements limit the area the owner of the property can build on, which in turn decreases the amount of square footage. The decreased buildable area prevents the density in an area zoned for the highest density in the city. This becomes a real problem when the owner is trying to get financing or to create a viable project. This additional layer of restrictions along the rail trail may have the unintended consequences of disincentivizing development in a metropolitan redevelopment area. Councilor Baca's proposed Amendment 1 encourages both the success of the rail trail and also the potential success of lots located at intersections. Please vote in favor of O17 Amendment 1. Thank you.
Loretta Naranjo Lopez.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. The Historic Neighborhood, my name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, and I represent the Historic Neighborhood Alliance. The Historic Neighborhood Alliance is concerned with the rail trail in general due to the proximity to the historic neighborhoods. The city of Albuquerque continues to perpetuate racial inequities in minority communities and provides no plans to stop the current destruction and elimination of our historic neighborhoods. The HNDEF reports on page 16, higher rents, lower vacancies, and increasing demand for new real estate development characterize the office, industrial, retail, and multifamily rental market since 2002 and suggest that while the real estate market in the pocket is growing, these conditions have not improved local residents' economic prospects. These pressures will only intensify as there are many new development projects in the pipeline that will impact the local real estate market, drive demand upward, and potentially place increasing cost pressures on low-income households and local businesses. While these new developments are exciting for Albuquerque residents, they may create in-hospital economic conditions that produce neighborhood displacement of residents and small businesses and overall gentrification. These projects include, but are not limited to, the rail trail and greater downtown urban trail projects, rail yards redevelopment. The HNA respectfully requests that the City Council LUPS provide language in the O2417 to provide the historic neighborhoods, to protect the historic neighborhoods. HNA requests the City of Albuquerque Metropolitan Redevelopment Office to begin discussion on how they will work with us to stop inhospitable economic conditions that produce neighborhood displacement of residents and small businesses and overall gentrification. I'd like you to refer to our letters on August 8th and January 9th, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
That concludes comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Thank you to our speakers and for hanging out with us a little bit later. Right now, we will have a rebuttal by the applicant, which is the MRA, Metropolitan Redevelopment.
Madam Chair, we do have a representative from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Good evening.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Ciaran Lithgow. I am a representative of the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency. I've been the primary planner on the rail trail project for the past 3 years. So I'm here today to discuss the IDO standards that we're proposing today. So as you all know, the rail trail is a planned 7-mile urban bike and pedestrian trail. It's envisioned to be a vibrant and artistic amenity for our downtown neighborhoods. It's a vehicle for both economic development and also cultural celebration and expression. Through our community engagement process, we really hear from the neighborhood that their #1 priority is for experiencing the rail trail is having robust landscaping, natural light, and that, authentic New Mexican feel. So we know from our research also of rail trails in other cities that landscaping, safety, and comfort are really are very key to encouraging successful trails. So we believe that these IDO regulations that we're proposing today will help create that experience. And I just want to clarify today that these IDO standards do not regulate the rail trail design itself, just buildings and private developments adjacent to them. So cities across the country have really pioneered these concepts of urban trail developments. And what we see is that these trails really attract developers. And when I'm speaking to planners in other cities, they wish that they had implemented zoning changes sooner, even before construction, because what they're seeing is they're seeing really tall buildings adjacent to the rail trail. It's exciting. We do want that to occur. But we want to benefit from the lessons that they've learned and how rail trail or trail users experience the trail with these adjacent developments. And we see that there's a lot of economic development and physical development opportunity here in Albuquerque. We have over $400 million in potential redevelopment, and that's just kind of looking at vacant and underutilized lots. So we believe that the rail trail can unlock this redevelopment opportunity and activities, and we're already seeing this. So we work with development partners across the city and especially across downtown. And our partners have proposed a pipeline of over 800 multifamily units within 300 feet of the rail trail. We haven't even started construction yet. So it's really important that we take these steps early in the process. So Matt gave a really good overview of what our proposed changes are, but I do want to highlight that these standards would only apply to new developments. They would not apply to single-family developments, and it wouldn't impact any existing properties unless they underwent significant redevelopment. But the changes generally are walkways and access to the trail from the property. So if you live in a residential unit on the property, you can directly access the rail trail from your apartment. Landscape buffers for different types of developments, enhanced fence quality for views, increasing developable land as well. We recognize that along the rail trail, we want to encourage density, and so we're suggesting a 10% reduction in the parking minimum as well. And then the building height step down or setback. And this one was a really big issue that we heard from other planners in different cities of making sure that the buildings feel good when you're walking through them. So the EPC hearings, at our first EPC hearing, they recommended further engagement with developers to address some of their concerns around step backs and step downs and setbacks. And so after we met with our development partners, including Titan, Palindrome, and others, we adjusted our initial proposed 50-foot area step down to 20 feet. And that's a 30% or 30-foot reduction in our step down area, which we felt was a very good compromise. And then we also provided an exception for outdoor seating as well. And so when we went back to EPC, they were pleased with the compromise and recommended approval, along with neighborhood and developer support. I wanted to provide some examples of how step downs can actually work in Albuquerque. So these are some photos of existing step downs in the downtown area. So we see that step downs, what they can really do is bring tall developments down to the human scale. And they do that by getting shorter as they approach the pedestrian realm. And that makes pedestrians feel more comfortable. So these are just examples of what it could look like with the rail trail. These are examples of setbacks where they're taking the tall building and they're putting something in between the pedestrian realm and the tall building itself. So in these cases, there's a plaza and a patio separating them. Among the rail trail area, we're going to have some constrained areas where we're essentially going through an alley and you're having very constrained right-of-way between property line to property line. Within a typical street width, you see that you have 60 to 100 feet of space between your buildings and in the area. The problem with having narrow and constrained right-of-way is that you can end up creating uncomfortable conditions with not a lot of sky view, a lot of shadows, wind tunnel effects as well. It can feel very dark and claustrophobic to pedestrians. So with the proposed IDO standards, you can see with these illustrations that we're creating a wider corridor that has room for sunlight, that has room for feelings of openness, as opposed to that more narrow right-of-way, we have limited sun and a crowded feeling.
Are you almost done?
I am
Because we're
almost.
at our 5 minutes.
Yes,
for the
almost done.
process. Okay.
Just illustrating the step down versus the setback as well. Tall buildings allowed, but just down to scale as well. If you don't mind, I do want to address maybe the proposed council amendment very briefly. So this is an illustration of properties in the Sawmill area. So in blue and outlined in red, you can see that those are two corner lots on the corner of Bellama and 20th, and then Mountain on the back by the Natural History Museum, and 20th as well. And so those are the two corner lots that would be exempt under these proposed amendments. And what you can see is that they're proposing pretty high, tall buildings in these areas already. We see the plans submitted for building permit or in consideration in the pipeline. And this is the area that we're most concerned about, that alley and that constrained feeling. The second thing I would just say is that our development partners did reach out to us and let us know that they were concerned about the second amendment, or the second item in the amendment. Developers are required by the IDO to include a certain amount of outdoor seating on their multifamily properties, and a lot of them get to that area and increase density by putting that on the rooftops. And requiring direct access to the outdoor seating area would not be possible if they were up on a taller story. So they do want to make sure that that concern is
Thank you.
met.
Thank you very much. Out of the 3 speakers that we had, would any of you like to cross-examine the Metropolitan Redevelopment team? Big lift. 3 years is a long time. Any questions or rebut from the 3? Going once? Going twice? Okay. So thank you very much for that. Now, if Planning Department wants to add anything in, this is your opportunity. You have up to 5 minutes.
The planning department has no comments, Chair, and just here for technical questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cox?
Chair, Council, not tonight.
Okay. Thank you. And I know, Councilor Grout, you had a question earlier? Okay, I remembered it. Can we clarify about the parking? Because in the amendment that we have, we don't see parking, but yet also in the bill, the 10% reduction in parking, where is that at?
Chair, Councilors, the parking is in the EPC red line version under the parking section of that document.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we'll get it for you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for MRA. I had the pleasure of working with you a little bit on this, just a little bit, preparing presentations about the historic neighborhoods that the rail trail goes through. And I know we talked a lot about what happened in Atlanta with the Blue Line, where the city did not purchase the available land around and kind of develop it for parks and green space. And it only went to developers, which we need, don't get me wrong, we need housing, all for that. But is there any plans for the city to buy any of the lots around for green space and open space parks, things like that along the rail trail?
I know it's a consideration. I don't know that there are any lots specifically identified under contract yet, but we do have a number of lots that could be used for that purpose, including properties that are already owned by the city.
Wonderful. Can we follow up on that offline?
I'm not sure if that's allowed under the
Quasi-judicial too? Oh my gosh,
quasi-judicial.
okay, thank you.
Of course.
Well, I will just give my thoughts now that I would like to see that the city do that and make sure we get some green space and parks around the rail trail as well. Thank you.
Anything else? And I believe you have something, but it's not related to this bill? Okay, so let's finish with this bill first, and then we will have further business in the form of a question. I am, just for everyone's knowledge, Councilor Baca does have this amendment that you've been hearing about. I'm not going to move it. I'll let him move that at the May 15th meeting. So this bill 017 will still remain intact without it being amended. I'd like to move a deferral to May 15th. There is a motion for deferral to May 15th and a second by Councilors Grout and Rogers. All those in favor of the deferral, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Okay, that being said, Councilor Champagne, I know you have another question that's rail trail related, but not to that bill.
Based on your presentation and the picture that you put up there, and what we've been talking about tonight, is the rail trail going to allow e-bikes? It is a trail, you are using bikes on it, it showed in the picture.
I would say that that is up to the bill that you all are considering. It is a paved trail, and so it sounds like that might be allowed under the bill that you heard earlier tonight.
To be continued.
Thank you.
There being no further business, thanks for sticking with us. This meeting is adjourned.
You even kicked ass. You guys